This is mic one check. Mic four check. Mic four. Mic five check. Mic five. Mic six. Mic six. Microphone 10. Microphone 10. Microphone 11. Microphone 11.
Mike 12. Mike 12.
I think this is one. Yeah, stuff one. This is stuff one. And this is stuff two. Stuff two mic. Podium mic. Podium mic.
Monterey room test, two-way audio test.
I can hear you. This is on the Cluck mic. Can you hear me, Edgar?
I could hear you.
There you go. Wireless mic one. Wireless two.
15. Testing, testing. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. It is Tuesday, June 7th, and I'm going to call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. Could we please have a roll call?
Yes, Madam Chair, let the record reflect Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Askew, and Chair Supervisor Adams are joining the meeting in the board chambers with Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Lopez joining via Zoom.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections for closed session this morning?
There are none today, Chair.
Thank you. So then we will have closed sessions items 1A through D. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on anything that is on the closed session agenda? Seeing no one in chambers. And we're seeing no hands raised. Excellent. So with that, we will close public comment and the board will recess for closed session to resume at 10:30 this morning. Thank you.
Mic one, test, mic one. Mic four, test, mic four. Mic five, mic five. Mic six, mic six. Mic 10, mic 10. Mic 11, mic 11. Mic 12, mic 12. Staff mic one. Staff mic two. Podium mic check, podium mic check.
Monterey room test, two-way audio.
Clerk mic, we hear you. Edgar, Edgar, do you hear us?
I hear you well, thank you.
Awesome. Wireless mic one. Wireless mic two.
everyone. My pleasure to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, June 7th, 2022. Roll call, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, let the record reflect Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Askew, and Chair Supervisor Adams are joining the meeting in the board chambers with Supervisor Alejo joining via Zoom.
Thank you very much.
And I don't think Supervisor Adams' mic is on, so we can't really hear it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, okay,
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. So this morning, Eric Mora is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Eric is the current policy analyst for Supervisor Wendy Root Askew. He was born in Salinas and earned his BA from Cornell University and a master's of public administration from the Middlebury Institute of International Studies at Monterey. Prior to joining Supervisor Askew's team, Eric worked in the nonprofit sector in marketing, development, and community engagement roles. In 2021, Eric was one of the 10 art administrators statewide who were awarded the California Arts Council's Administrators of Color Fellowship in recognition of his breadth of expertise in the arts. Passionate about the arts, LGBTQ+ issues, and community building, Eric serves on the board of directors of the Arts Council for Monterey County and is the current president of the Salinas Valley Pride Celebration. Eric, are you with us? There
Yep,
you are.
I'm right here. Thank you so
Hi.
much for having me this morning. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Eric, and thank you very much for all of the competence that you bring to our county. And now we will go to ceremonial. Let's see, are there any additions and corrections from the clerk?
Yes, there is a correction to item number 17 under consent calendar, Nativita Medical Center. The clerk of the board's office received a revised board report, previously missing First Amendment under title subject line A and recommendation subject line A.
Thank you very much for that. Okay. And now we will go on to ceremonial resolutions. We have two today. We will first be adopting a resolution recognizing June as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month in Monterey County. That will be presented by Supervisor Root Askew. Second one is to adopt a resolution commending Deputy Pete Ramos upon his retirement from 24 years of public service with the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. What I would like to do, though, before we do the presentation, is see if there are any members of the board who wish to make comments or questions on these two ceremonial resolutions.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you very much. Let me take it out to the public and see if there's any member of the public that wishes to comment on these two ceremonial resolutions. Seeing no one coming forward and not seeing any hands raised. Okay, thank you very much. With that,
I would like,
there we go, Stacy. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up. Would you like to make a comment now?
yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I am Stacy Sayeda speaking today on my own behalf and not as a member of the Office of the County Council. I'm here requesting the board's continued support for raising the pride flag, Resolution 1, at the 168 West Alisal Government Center during the internationally recognized Gay Pride Month. The display of the pride flag for another year at the county, my workplace, and the brand new creation of the LGBTQ+ Employee Resources Group are more than symbolic representations of support. They are important actions, recognizing that county employees are members of diverse communities and identities. As a lesbian of color, a Puerto Rican and Thai heritage, and as a bicultural adoptee, I appreciate the importance of my employer recognizing and nurturing differences with fearlessness. To quote the renowned writer Audre Lorde, Black, feminist, lesbian, among so many other identities, You do not have to be me in order for us to fight alongside each other. I do not have to be you to recognize that our wars are the same. What we must do is commit ourselves to some future that can include each other and to work toward that future with the particular strengths of our individual identities. And in order for us to do this, we must allow each other our differences at the same time as we recognize our sameness. Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors, for your support rather than rejection of difference, and for your desire to relate across our human differences as equals.
Thank you so much, Ms. Saida. It's very well said, very well received. I see no other hands raised, panelists or attendees. So with that, could we, so we're a hybrid meeting, Les, do we need to do a roll call vote? Okay. Yes, so could we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. It passes. And now we will have Supervisor Askew make her presentation. Thank you.
All right. We're good? Yep. Audio. Okay. Well, I would love to have a couple folks come down and join me. I have today representatives from our Monterey County Employee Resources Group, as well as representatives from, oh shoot, I left my notes up at the front, from the, I believe it's the Otter Center. Come on up. Yeah, so we'll read a couple pieces of it. Good. Thank you all so much for being here and celebrating with us. And on behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, we want to recognize June as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month in Monterey County. We've got our flags flying again this year. And I just want to note that the resolution that we approved last year dedicated the month of June in perpetuity for this recognition, but we didn't feel like it was enough to just do this once. We wanted to make sure that we're taking the opportunity to continue celebrating and validating and including everyone in our community. So I'm going to read a couple of the whereases from our resolution here. So whereas in the 4 decades since the June 1969 Stonewall riots, civil rights for LGBTQ+ people have grown substantially, and LGBTQ+ pride celebrations have taken place around the country every June. Whereas we celebrate the progress we have made in creating a community more inclusive and accepting of the LGBTQ+ community, while recognizing that LGBTQ+ individuals continue to suffer discrimination, hostility, and exclusion at almost every level of society, including in areas of housing, employment, healthcare, family law, immigration, religion, and marriage equality. To achieve a just society and a fair society, we must not only respect one another, but also learn to appreciate our differences, recognize the common good in all of us, and to celebrate diversity as one of our greatest strengths. Salinas Valley Pride and Monterey Peninsula Pride hold annual events to increase awareness, acceptance, and inclusion of LGBTQ+ individuals, and we have events coming up this month that I hope everyone can participate and join us in. And this last year, in 2021, Monterey County approved the creation of an employee resource group to help uplift the voices of employees, paving the way for Monterey County's first LGBTQ+ employee resource group, whose goals are to highlight, educate, and outreach around the needs and support of our Monterey County LGBTQ+ employees and their allies. There's more here on our resolution, but I just want to thank you all for standing in solidarity, recognizing the work that the county has taken some initial steps. It's not just the words, it's the actions that matter. And we're committed to continuing to do the work and deliver on the actions of inclusion, equality, and really celebrating our differences. So I will pass the microphone. Would you like to make a few comments? Sure. Yeah. There we go.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Edward Juarez Lefebvre. I'm the chair of the newly formed LGBTQ+ Professionals Employee Resource Group. And I want to start off by saying thank you. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors for your commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and for supporting the creation of the employee resource groups. My colleague Sarah Sturdivant will talk a little bit more about why employee resource groups are so important to the county, and especially for marginalized groups. So again, I want to say thank you. It's my hope that we will continue to help support your commitment of diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as affirmation. I want to say thank you to the Civil Rights Office, Nadia and Juan, for all of your support that you have offered us as one of the first, or as the first employee resource group. Without your support, I don't know where we would be. So I want to say thank you so much, and I hope that we continue to work together and collaborate on helping to make this group something great for the county. I want to thank our executive sponsors, Chad and Hillary, for your courage in supporting us. While LGBTQ+ employees are not new, a group like this is new to Monterey County. And so I want to thank you for the guidance that you've offered up to this point and for your continued guidance on this new journey of ours. So thank you. And lastly, I want to say thank you to all of the LGBTQ+ professionals here in Monterey County. We are just a small group, but I want to say thank you for all the work that you bring to the county every day that you show up and helping to make this county great, from your scientific knowledge to your legal expertise to your analytical skills, engineering feats. Thank you. And I just hope that maybe for 1 second during this month, you set aside a little bit of your humility and stand proud for being an employee in Monterey County. So thank you.
My name is Sarah Sturdivant, and I am the co-chair of the recently formed LGBTQ Professionals Org. I just want to say that LGBTQ people have learned over time that grouping together is the best way to weather the experience of not being accepted by our families and the society at large. The fact that we can enjoy this togetherness at work, a space where many LGBTQ people experience profound discrimination, is a tribute to the commitment of the County of Monterey to making working and living here welcoming to LGBTQ people. Thank you for this visible display of allyship today.
The employee resources groups are something new that the County of Monterey is doing. And I think it's a really great model that other employers can look to as ways to celebrate and give employees voice and space to live authentically and to find joy and allyship within the workplace. And we're glad that you guys were, I think we're one of the first. So thank you for leading the way and showing us how we can pull these groups together to really support our workforce in ways that are new and different. So happy Pride, and we'll take a photograph.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your presence today, for your good words, and for your fellowship and openness. And now I'm going to ask for our Spanish interpreter to please announce his services.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, voy a ser su intérprete para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche. Hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para tener la oportunidad de interpretarlo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Celis. And now we have two appointments that we are going to make today. They are listed in your agenda. If there are any questions or comments from the board on the two appointments that we have. Yes, Supervisor Rudasky.
Just want to call out that Carrie Swenson will be joining the Housing Advisory Committee as an additional representative for District 4. The Housing Advisory Committee is doing some really important work supporting our housing program. They're going to be bringing us some information about the 21 Elements program in coming weeks. And I just wanted, I think there are some additional vacancies that are on Housing Advisory Committee. Would love to get those filled so that that board and committee can really continue doing the work of advancing housing policy for Monterey County.
Thank you for that. And that's a reminder to have a real call out to people who are within the county fold, as well as people who are in the community hearing us today, that we do need representatives, particularly for the Housing Advisory Committee. So please contact our office if you are interested in serving in that capacity. We also have the other appointment is Kelly Morgantini to the Historic Resources Review Board. Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on these appointments today?
I'll move approval.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. If we could please have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. The motion passes, and we will now go to the consent calendar. We have today items 17 through 66. Is there any member of the board that wishes to pull an item for either question or separate vote?
I'd like to pull 61 for just a comment, please.
61 for comment. Supervisor Lopez? Supervisor Rudasky?
I'd like to pull 48 for some potentially separate vote. We'll do it a separate vote.
Okay. And Supervisor Alejo?
None, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, so why don't we go first to the public to see if there's any member of the public that wishes to pull anything from the consent calendar today or questions on the consent calendar. I see one person with their hand raised. And that is Bernie Gomez.
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair and board. Yeah, I just want to second Supervisor Askew pulling item number 48, and I'll just give a comment around it. Just I think this item should be just available for public for just regular public hearing, you know, on the general agenda, just based on the scope of what this means for Monterey County. Also, just reading the item, you know, there's just a lot of language that I think this county can have more discretion around, you know, having more checks and balances. It's just, you know, number one says the military equipment is necessary because there is no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective of officer civilian safety. It's just really, it's just really broad, you know. It's like, you know, it's basically telling me like there's no other way to deal with the situations unless they have the military equipment, so on and so forth. But let alone these, you know, these equipment, like these weapons, right, are really used to, you know, we've seen it in the last 2 years, you know, they're used to quell, disperse, to harm, you know, protesters or, you know, really infringe upon people's civil liberties. But I just think this, yes, we do need this ordinance to be in effect, right, to create those checks and balances. But I think more stringent language around the use of military equipment needs to be applied, just so, you know, there is, again, accountability. I'll leave it at that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gomez, for your remarks. Okay, so now we are going to have a separate vote for item number 48, and we will now go to item 61 for comment.
Yeah, this is dealing with more money going into the Davis Road. And you know, we all supported the Davis Road when it was supposed to provide us with another form of access through Fort Ord. But when the environmental community got in and was able to stop the East Side Parkway, we're spending millions of dollars, and obviously we need to raise the bridge there, but with all the talk we're doing to widen it to 4 lanes and do everything. But then when you realize that Davis Road will dead end at the reservation, and then rather than going up just a mile or so and cutting over through Fort Ord like it was originally planned, now it's a dead end to basically nowhere, because it goes in, it hits Reservation Road, and you either turn left and go down and tie in with 68, so you're back in the traffic, or you go up and merge in with the traffic from Blanco and you take Imgen. So it hasn't done anything. So the first thing they should have done when Forest started, I drove a truck around Fort Ord forever and ever, and there was no way out of it except one entry, and we should have put a road straight through to alleviate this blockage here. But I mean, we're spending a lot of money on Davis Road, and we're going to have a roundabout right there at the Bluffs. But it's doing us nothing to providing a better access between the peninsula and the Salinas Valley. But that's the direction we're going, and I'll support it. But I just think I have an obligation to vent a little bit of how we had an opportunity to really do something about alleviating some of the traffic on 68 and Imgen, and we passed it up.
Thank you. So what we will do now is take a motion to approve the consent calendar other than item number 48, which we will bring up for a separate vote.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. And now we will take a motion on item number 48. And do you wish to speak to that motion, Supervisor Askew?
I do actually. And for item 48 is the ordinance, Assembly Bill 481 would require us to adopt an ordinance approving a military equipment use policy for the Office of the Sheriff. We had some discussion about this at a previous meeting, and this is coming back for the adoption of the ordinance. The points and the questions that I think I want to just be really clear about is I really appreciate the way that I really appreciate the advance notice, that the way that AB 41 provides the community about advance notice of equipment that the Sheriff Office intends to acquire. And I really appreciate how clear and transparent the Sheriff's Office was with us at the last discussion about that there were only 2 of the items on the list that they intend to acquire. One of those being the fixed wing drone, and the second being the mobile command post. What I'd like to ask that we consider, though, as a board, because by adopting this ordinance, we're even though we understand that that's the intentions of the office at this point, by adopting this ordinance, we're giving clear authority for the Sheriff's Office to purchase or acquire anything that's on this list of page 1 of military equipment. And it's a long, extensive list, not all of the items that we currently have. And so what I would like to ask is that we add a section in our adoption of this ordinance that requires the sheriff to include the acquisition anticipated in the coming year in their annual report, and then limits the acquisition of that equipment to those anticipated items that have been included in the annual report. I think that would support the type of transparency and opportunity for community input as we move forward. And so that would be my request as we adopt this ordinance, that we add a section in our approval of the ordinance that asks the Sheriff's Office to explicitly tell us what they intend to purchase or acquire in the coming year. And then if they need to acquire something else that's on the military equipment list, that they would let us know in advance.
So let me just check with County Council.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. If there are any changes, because this is adoption, any proposed changes to the ordinance would require reintroduction and then adoption. So it would have to go back to be revised and then come back again. Ms. Blitch, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Chair, Supervisors. Susan Blitch, Chief Assistant County Council. Supervisor Askew, I believe if I read the ordinance and the military equipment policy correct, and AB AB 481, what you are authorizing with the current policy, it lists the equipment that is needed. If there was a change to this equipment list under 481, the sheriff's office would have to come back to the board. I think that's already in the statute. Unless it's listed in the policy and the list of equipment. So if there's something new, the sheriff's office would have to come back for approval.
Right, but what we're saying is that anything that is listed on page 1 of the military equipment list, there's, I don't know, a dozen, 20 or so bullets, that all of those are items that are classified as military equipment. By adopting this ordinance, even though the sheriff's office has stated that they only intend to acquire two items from that list, we're giving authority for the acquisition of any item on that list.
As I understand it, what's listed is what the sheriff's office has, and I am looking to Chief Thornburg for that.
Hi, good morning, John Thornburg, Chief Deputy with the Sheriff's Office. What we listed on the policy is what we have, and the only thing we intend to add to that list are the 2 items that we talked about. Supervisor Askew, I'm a little confused. Are you referring to what the bill lists as military equipment? So like a noise crowd control device or something like that? I don't remember the exact worded verbiage.
I'm referring to page 1 of the military equipment purpose and scope, which was attachment B, the sheriff's office draft policy, which includes military equipment, which includes but is not limited to the following. And some of the things on here, weaponized aircraft, vessels, or vehicles of any kind, any firearm or firearm accessory designed to launch explosive projectiles. It includes anything that's designated by 481 as a military equipment. And I know that you've included the list of military equipment that the sheriff's department currently has, but by approving the ordinance as it's written, we're giving authority as a board of supervisors to the sheriff's office to acquire anything that's listed within this policy.
So if I may clarify, Supervisor Askew, what you're reading is what is described as military equipment under 481. The board's adoption of this ordinance approves the sheriff's policy, and the policy lists certain equipment that the sheriff's office has, in addition to the 2 items that they are intending to get. And you were only approving those items listed in the sheriff's policy. You're not giving carte blanche to them to acquire anything listed in the statute.
Okay, so I'm pulling up the actual ordinance, and it doesn't state that in the ordinance that that's limited to the 2 items that the sheriff's office stated that they were intending to acquire.
The ordinance attaches the policy, and the ordinance approves the policy. The policy limits the sheriff's office to that equipment which is listed.
So it says on page 2, the sheriff's office shall have the discretion to purchase replacement items throughout the year as necessary to maintain the inventory enumerated below. And that inventory enumerated below is significantly more than the 2 items that the sheriff's office indicated they intend to acquire. So I'm looking for language that would limit, that would cause for the sheriff's office to have to state that the items that they intend to acquire, not just simply state that anything that's listed here is, if we approve this as it's currently written, we're giving carte blanche authority without limits. So I appreciate the intention, and the clarity of the intention is for those 2 items. But by approving this, we're giving full authority for the purchase and acquisition of any of these items.
Are you referring to replacing equipment if certain equipment is destroyed, they would have the discretion to replace that specific equipment. Say I don't know, taser is used and, or whatever equipment you have is used.
If one of the drones crashed and went down, we need
Right.
to replace the drone.
That's
That's
just,
most likely.
that discretion is built in, but there is no discretion to add equipment that isn't listed in the policy.
If I may, Supervisor Eskew, I think if I understand what you're saying, you are concerned that on page 1, and I'll use water canyons as an example. It's listed near the bottom. I obviously I'm not an attorney. I rely on county counsel, but this is definitions. This is that part of the policy just defines what military equipment is. We then subsequently attached what we have as military equipment, and the bill and the policy say if we wanted to buy a water cannon, we would have to come back to the board to seek that approval.
And that is my interpretation of the ordinance and the approval of the policy.
Right.
They would have to come back
So to that point, my concern is that the items listed on the military equipment inventory list are not classified connected to the bullets on the definition list. And so I guess my ask would be that we include language that specifically limits our authorization as a board to the items that the sheriff's office is defining that they're interested in purchasing. I'm uncomfortable with there's 30 pages of items listed that the sheriff, we're giving permission to acquire over the course of the year. If we don't specifically state that it's just those two that the sheriff's office intends to acquire.
It just, once again, it's my interpretation of AB 481 and the ordinance and the attached policy that the sheriff's office absolutely has to come back if they are adding additional equipment that's not listed.
I'm not interested in voting for any modifications of this, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your comment, and I'm looking to County Council.
Thank you.
As a stand up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. In looking at the attachment to the ordinance, page 2, section 709.4, it states, the following constitutes a list of qualifying equipment for the office. The sheriff's office shall have the discretion to purchase replacement items throughout the year as necessary to maintain the inventory enumerated below. So in my opinion, I think to confirm what Ms. Blitch and Chief Thornburg have stated is that the policy makes clear that they can maintain a specific inventory as listed in the policy and they can get replacement items. But if they're going to go on what is listed in the inventory and it enumerates specific types and numbers of equipment, then they do have to come back. I just point that out for your consideration.
I understand that. And I'm just saying that under the quantities sought, most of them are listed as 0. And so I would just ask that we limit the ability to purchase additional items or acquire additional items to the 2 items that have a quantity sought under bullet E that the sheriff's office intends to purchase. And if they need to bring in additional items, I would ask that they come back to the board for that authority.
Move approval.
With great faith in county council's interpretation and reading of the situation, I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second on item 48. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Askew?
No.
And Chair Supervisor Adams?
And just in solidarity, I will say no as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. So that concludes our consent calendar for today. And we will move on to general public comments. Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on anything that is not on today's agenda? And I see we have a hand raised. It is a telephone number and the final 3 digits of the number are 902. So if there is anyone who is calling in and wishes to comment, You can do so by pushing *9 to raise your hand or *6 to toggle to unmute yourself.
This is Nina Beatty. Two comments to the board today. Monterey County failed to do adequate research when it approved the battery storage facilities in Moss Landing. Toxic lithium-ion batteries are explosively flammable to air, water, and heat. Yet the county approved these batteries in a tsunami and sea level rise zone, in a corrosive marine environment, next to earthquake faults, and under the towers of the power plant. Thermal runaway can also happen with these batteries. And you can't put the fires out once they start. The first facility has already been shut down for an extended period of time due to overheating. The county has risked the lives and the property of county residents and their power supply and Highway 1, to be the biggest. The question is the biggest what? Secondly, Monterey County in the fire safety discussions is not addressing smart meter fire and electrical hazards or warning county residents that they have inadequate surge protection and no direct connection to ground. That makes smart meters vulnerable to any overvoltage situation, including surges. When they malfunction, they can allow overvoltage to flow directly into a building, burning up appliances, wiring, and causing fires. Electrical fires are very hot and very fast. It just takes seconds for an electrical fire to happen. Plus, they also contain explosively flammable lithium-ion batteries, and these are attached to every building and every home in Monterey County and often on equipment such as power poles that have equipment on them. To protect their homes and their neighborhoods, residents should opt out of smart meters and encourage their neighbors to opt out as well. They can call PG&E, they can do it online, it's easier online, and PG&E will replace their meters. The CPUC has ordered this to replace them with analog meters that have direct connection to ground. I encourage residents to take this action. I encourage fire officials who've gotten my fire report to read it again.
Thank you for your
and I
comments,
sent
Ms.
it again.
Beatty.
This is an
Appreciate
important-
your comments. I'm afraid that your time has expired, but thank you very much for coming forward. The next person that we have up is Anna Lopez.
Hi, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I wanted to comment on the San Lucas water situation that has been going on for 11 years, almost 12 years now. And unfortunately, there seems to be no resolve to it. What was supposed to be a short-term solution has now turned long-term. We have kids here who grew up without having a drop of clean water. My brother was 3 years old when the water was contaminated with nitrates. He has now graduated 8th grade and has yet to still see clean water. I was in school when this started. I was in, I want to say 7th grade or 6th grade. I have graduated 8th grade, high school, and college. And within those years, there does not seem to be a solution for what has been going on, like I said, again, for 11 years. And I would like to know how this will be resolved and if it will be resolved, because in a 2012, California Governor Jerry Brown signed the Assembly Bill 685, establishing every Californian's right to safe, clean, affordable, and accessible drinking water. However, we are limited in San Lucas to about 25 gallons per day, and that's not even taking into account how many children are. You can't bathe children under 6 with this water if they drink it because of the nitrates in it and can cause blue baby syndrome. So I just want to know, how are we going to resolve this? Is it going to be resolved? The kids have lost hope. I don't think they will ever see clean water, in my opinion, because that is what it feels like. And that's what a lot of people feel like. And we've been fighting this for 11 years and there's no end to it. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for raising your concern with us today. Are there any other people who wish to comment on anything that is not on today's agenda? I'm seeing no hands and I'm seeing no one in the audience. Thank you very much. With that, I will close public comment and we will go to our first scheduled item today, which is to receive a presentation from the Development Set-Aside Agencies, the Arts Council for Monterey County, and the Monterey County Film Commission on quarters 21 to 22, 1 through 3. And we have Mr. Richard Vaughn with us, who will lead the presentation.
Madam Chair, can I briefly make comments based on that public comment, not in a back and forth, but just want to share some information?
You know,
leave it to your
I
discretion.
think it's unusual that we have comments from the dais, but I'm wondering if it would be possible for you to connect with Ms. Lopez.
Sure, happy to do it
Just
that way.
after the meeting, but thank you, Ms. Lopez. I hope that you've heard that Supervisor Chris Lopez is interested in chatting with you about this item.
And Madam Chair, I also wanted just to respond because we rarely hear from people in San Lucas. And next month will be 11 years since the county put that community under a health order not to drink the water. So I just want to let her know that I also am outraged that we haven't taken action. The state hasn't taken action, but Supervisor Lopez and I will collaborate to hopefully draw more attention.
Thank you. It would be terrific for you, the two of you, to reach out to Ms. Anna Lopez.
And I would too, would like to.
Thank you.
Reach
And
out
so
to.
as well,
Thank you, because I think
Supervisor-
it's important that information gets out. And I think.
I agree.
I think a response would be appropriate. Thank you.
I'm going to look to county council and see whether this is something that this is not what we normally do when you're trying to run a meeting, especially when this is something that we've not had a passion for to do,
It's not
an appetite, I
prohibited.
should say.
It's not prohibited under the Brown Act to allow supervisors to comment on a public comment. You're not required to, but you can provide direction to staff to report back on an item, but you can't take action on an item. But it's not inappropriate under the chair's discretion to allow supervisors to comment.
Thank you.
San Lucas residents
some-
deserve to have their concerns addressed after so long.
I completely agree with everything that we're saying, completely. I think it's just absolutely appalling, and you can't even believe that this is happening in our county at this time. The only thing that I'm requesting is that we meet with Ms. Lopez after this meeting, rather than going into the details of the item at this point, because it's so serious that I know that we will engage in quite a bit of discussion. I would rather even have it come back on another agenda if you would like to bring it to the fore more fully. I think that would be a very important opportunity for us to take. With that, now we will go to Mr. Vaughn. Thank you.
Morning, Chair Adams, Board of Supervisors. Richard Vaughn, Economic Development Manager. Today, we will be receiving the second half of our Development Set-Aside Agencies presentations. First, you will be hearing from Jackie Atchison, Executive Director of Arts Council for Monterey County. And second, you'll be hearing from Karen Nordstrand, Film Commissioner for Monterey County Film Commission. And they are both available via Zoom today.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. And I am looking for Ms. Atchison. Are we able to pull her onto the panelist side? Yes, I think that, there we go. Ms. Atchison, you are on as a presenter. And if you are prepared to speak now, it looks like we've lost you. Okay, great. Okay, so are you ready to make your presentation? We can see your screen. And I want to ensure that you press *6 to unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Adams and Supervisors, for having us here today to discuss some of the activities the Arts Council has had over this past year. The Arts Council was recognized by the county as the county's official arts agency back in the late 70s in partnership with the state of California. And then in 1985, the county designated us to administer the cultural arts program with the understanding that our rich heritage and array of cultural activities that are offered in Monterey County, the arts are a tool for economic development, as well as a resource that enhances the quality of life for the residents. On this slide, you can see some of our programs that we focus on: arts education, arts is healing, which has, as you can imagine, increased quite a bit in the last 2 years. We are serving more at-risk youth, senior citizens, veterans, and now people with disabilities. We also do a lot of community partnerships with organizations such as Rancho Cielo, Gateway Center, Meals on Wheels, Sun Street Centers. And then, of course, we do the grants program with the funding through the county. And so at one of the meetings recently, one of the supervisors mentioned that he didn't understand how the arts contribute to the TOT. So I just wanted to mention, that art tourism is any activity that involves travel to see art. We have many people who come to our county to go to our museums, to visit Soul Treasures, to go to the Steinbeck Center, and also to come to our festivals and our concerts. The Monterey Jazz Festival brings in, thousands, tens of thousands of people in a normal year. And more than 1/3 of our attendees to these events are from outside of the county. And that's what contributes to the transient occupancy tax, in addition to sales tax revenue. So these are just some of the organizations below that we support: the Asian Cultural Experience, Rancho Cielo, Greenfield, the West End Collection, and the Carmel Bach Festival. And as you know, the majority of the funding that comes through the Arts Council is set aside for re-granting to other arts organizations. And even though in the pandemic, we saw fewer arts organizations close permanently, we've seen quite a revitalization, especially in the last 6 months, in existing organizations programming. And we've also seen a few new organizations come into existence, including the Carmel Dance Festival, Music West there at the Sandbox in Sand City, and Press Button Productions. And so you can see here, just this year, we funded over 85 nonprofits for arts programming. Each district has quite a few arts organizations or nonprofits that provide arts programming. And since 1985, we've had over 9.3 million in funding awarded to these arts organizations. So that averages about 289,000 K. And we know for every dollar invested in the arts, $6 are returned in tax revenue. So that's 55.5 million on a 9.3 investment. And government support, it ensures the accessibility of the arts. It aligns art services with the needs of each community, each district. It ensures accountability and spending, and it includes management and planning practices that contribute to long-term financial stability for these grantees. And a few more highlights, as you all know, and thank you for supporting the Monterey County Poet Laureate Program. We announced, Daniel Summerhill as the inaugural Poet Laureate. He's done some amazing things already. He's planning to curate and electronically publish an anthology of Monterey County poets. He's going to establish at least one sustainable open mic for poetry. And he also wants to inspire the communities to read, write, and consider poetry as both a vehicle and tool for truth telling and expression. This year, just recently, in January, we partnered with the Californians for the Arts for advocacy training to help individual artists and arts organizations learn how to educate and inform elected officials, the public, and the media about the importance of the arts. And we also partnered with the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau. You might have seen some of the mask partnerships we did with them, where we had different artists design the mask, and then they gave them away down at the wharf in Monterey. We were also featured in their cultural road trip, one of their highest rated blogs. This link is available to you if you'd like to check it out. It's also on our website. And the Arts Council also, we provide free marketing and professional development programs. Some of them are on marketing, marketing graphics like a rock star, Canva. And we had a first one in person in the last 2 years with the Monterey Convention and Visitors Bureau for promoting your art business. And we've really increased our marketing of the arts. We've deepened visitor engagement by more than 10% with our increased online advertising, our expanded social media, and our self-guided tours. We also support public art exhibitions, including the large art park mural in Sand City. The current mural that's going on in the east stairwell there at the government center. And we hope to do one in the west stairwell next year. And we're also partnering with Caltrans on a really large 3 murals in the city of Salinas in the Alisal neighborhood. Excuse me. We also do these monthly artist spotlights where we promote an artist or an arts organization, and we do it live on Facebook, and then it's also posted to our website and YouTube. And I also want to mention that we are celebrating our 40 years. We have a really special Champions of the Arts on June 18th, and we're excited that the supervisors, will be attending to present the awards to the awardees in their districts. And then in closing, these are a few highlights that, testimonials. James Golden wrote to us because he's the inaugural Salinas Poet Laureate, and he was so excited about Daniel's appointment. And then also Marsha Perry from the Youth Arts Collective. I'm just really excited about some of the mural works we're doing and all the murals that have been installed in Sand City. So in closing, I just want to thank you for your partnership. I'm sure you understand how the arts make our community vibrant, welcoming, and desirable. Cultural places and events are magnetic. They're attracting not only artists, but families, travelers, and businesses. And creative placemaking, that gravitational effect of culture on neighborhoods, such as the upcoming mural projects in Alisal, positively impacts local economies and quality of life. It also creates jobs and stimulates commercial traffic, all of which leverage neighborhood revitalization, attract diverse populations, and strengthen communities. And capitalizing on these effects of creative placemaking requires strong public sector support. So thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Atchison. And now we will go to the Monterey County Film Commission. And do we have Karen Nordstrom? If you can transfer Karen Nordstrom, if we see her, to a panelist. I do not see her. I see Ms. Lamontaigne's.
Karen, hit your hand.
Yes, Maura.
Yes.
Oh,
hi
there we go. I see Karen now. Thank you very much. Okay, Karen. Okay, we're ready for your presentation.
Can we share our screen?
Yes. And we see your, oops, we did see it. Can you please accept that you are going to be sharing your screen? Okay, are you there still?
Yes. Do you see the shared screen?
It is unclear whether this is a shared screen. I don't think so. We just see your logo, and now we don't even see that again. To share your screen, can you tell me what you would need to look at?
Karen, so at the bottom, there's a ribbon that says share. Oh,
there we go. Okay, thank you.
So sorry.
Okay, we're up now. Thank you.
Can you hear me? This is
Yes,
Karen.
we can hear you. We can see you. So
Oh,
can you please
wonderful.
just begin your presentation.
Visuals are working. Anyway, good morning, Chair Adams, Board of Supervisors, county officials, and members of the public. I'm Karen Nordstrand. I'm the Monterey County Film Commissioner, and presenting to is Moira LaMountain, who is our office administrator. As the Monterey County Film Commission celebrates its 35th anniversary since this body created the Film Commission in 1987. We're also celebrating the $124 million in economic impact that our small but mighty nonprofit has helped bring to Monterey County through on-location film production. That includes feature films, commercials, TV, documentaries, fashion catalogs, and more. They say a picture's worth 1,000 words. And if so, our "you won't believe your eyes" location reel is priceless. Here's a 30-second clip of our 3.5-minute long marketing video that we created, and we use tools like this to promote Monterey County as a destination to the global film industry. And we posted on our website, filmmonterey.org, if you'd like to check out the full-length version. This keeps us top of mind in a competitive field with hundreds of other jurisdictions seeking the lucrative impact that comes from on-location filming. So with a little luck, maybe we could see our 30-second spot.
We are so fortunate to have such a variety of locations throughout our county. Wouldn't you agree? The next slide here highlights our key performance metrics for the first 9 months of fiscal year 21-22. It represents 75% of our work year. As you can see, we are well ahead of planned goals with 121% for actual on-location film productions. We've had 85 with a goal of 70. 86% of the local spend by film production in Monterey County, we're standing at $3.12 million. 78% of our advertising reach has been achieved, and 83% of our countywide collaborations. The Film Commission proactively seeks film and media business and also assists local ad agencies and companies with their filming inquiries. Film production spending in Monterey County averages $3.6 million annually with no multiplier from nearly 100 productions, meaning that the Monterey County Film Commission return on investment on Monterey County funding averages 26-1. We promote Monterey County locations, businesses, and film crew through personal contacts with inquiring productions, saving them time and money, directing them to the proper permitting contacts throughout the county. Our online production resource guide provides local crew and businesses a free listing, which is a marketing tool for them to get hired by visiting film projects.
Our global connections with the film industry organizations keep Monterey County competitive and top of mind for location scouts and production company decision makers. Those organizations range from the California Film Commission to the Association of Film Commissioners International and the Association of Independent Commercial Producers. We very much stay connected. More than 100 types of local small businesses and local crew are often needed to support on-location productions. That includes hotels, restaurants, catering, lighting, hair and makeup, purchases of lumber, gas, food, props, car rentals, retail sales, equipment rentals, even porta potties. By continuing to provide prompt and professional assistance, Monterey County can stay competitive. As you can see on the screen, we ranked number 3 in number of film days on California state parks and beaches last year, topped only by Los Angeles and Orange counties. Our coastlines offer some of the most iconic natural views and are stars in their own right. But the business does not come easily without adequate staffing and keeping local jurisdictions film friendly so that productions don't go and decide to film elsewhere. The state of California offers a $330 million in film wage tax incentive monies to stop runaway production to other counties, states, and countries with larger incentives to draw productions. The incentive applications are managed by the California Film Commission, and we're excited that the program offers a 5% bump or a boost to productions that will film outside of Los Angeles, like here in Monterey County.
Film events and industry trade shows give Monterey County Film Commission an opportunity to show off Monterey County film options and keep the county visible at such global events as the Association of Film Commissioners Internationals, AFCI Week, which is going to be later this month in Los Angeles, the Focus Show in the United Kingdom. As a professional film commission, the Monterey County Film Commission staff get top-level training and input at international symposiums, industry seminars, and through online educational programs. We are currently working with Salinas-based TMD Advertising on our new print advertising campaign, which features both coastal and inland locations. We place advertising in publications with worldwide reach and targeted audiences. Plus, we have online presence with film associations and industry guides. We highlight countywide locations from San Ardo and King City to Salinas Valley Farms and the Steinbeck Country Ranches, to coastal Castroville, Moss Landing, the Peninsula, WeatherTech Laguna Seca Raceway, and the other South County areas of Big Sur. The Monterey County Board of Directors raised funds independent to establish a Film Student Scholarship Award in 2008. Since that time, the Monterey County Film Commission has awarded $28,500 in film student scholarships to more than 20 different Monterey County-based college-level film students. Pictured here is Garland Thompson, Elliot Singleton, last year's winner, and our board president, Gary Bolin.
Monterey County Film Commission's work goes on behind the scenes, not in front of the cameras. With a small but mighty staff, 1.8 FTEs or 3 part-timers, we provide professional, timely, and personalized help to our key target market of location scouts and producers, and they often return with other film projects. We're also a local liaison for residents, keeping Monterey County a film-friendly place for creatives. The Film Commission is pleased to be a contributing member of the county's DSA program, and with your continued support, we will keep the lights, camera, and economic action of film production coming to Monterey County. Thank you for this opportunity, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And let me just see if we have any response from Mr. Vaughn at this point. Thank you very much then. And I'll come to the board to see if you have any questions. Yes, Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Lopez.
Quick question, perhaps to Karen, just wondering, we've seen quite a few films and TV shows recently that feature the region. Was there any involvement from the Film Commission in those? And could you give us specific titles?
So did you hear the question? I'm talking to
Go
Ms.
to the
Nordstrom.
bottom, unmute.
Yes, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Karen. And the question was, from Mr. Lopez, that we've been seeing a lot of films most recently using this as backdrop.
Sorry, am I on?
Yes, you are. Did
Sorry
you hear
about
the
that.
question?
Yes, I did. And yes,
Okay.
any major production checks in with the Film Commission, because we offer free service to help save them time and money and make the right connections to make the production go smoothly. Certainly recently there was the movie Dog with Tatum Channing. There was all the old knives. And of course, everybody knows Big Little Lies, and also Ratched, filmed recently. So those big name productions definitely start with us, and we help them as best as we can. Our bread and butter is usually commercials and videos, and fashion shoots do bring in a lot of business as well. So we help connect them with local crew, with the services they need, advice on where to eat. I mean, you name it, we're ready to help.
Thank you very much. And Supervisor Rudasky, have you any questions or comments? Supervisor Lopez, excuse me, Supervisor Alejo.
I didn't raise my hand.
Seeing nothing, I'll go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public that wishes to make any questions or comment on this item. I'm not seeing any hands raised or anyone coming forward. So I will specifically thank you for the presentation. The contributions that you make to our community and the local economy is just valuable, and it's quite significant as your numbers show. It's clear from the Arts Association particularly that every single solitary district in the county benefits from the work that you do. So if the county were to take this project on to itself, I think we would need to have additional staff, which would reduce the impact to the organizations, because there would be less funding for the actual entities that are funded than it would be for us to have to manage a whole granting program within the county. And the Film Commission, again, thank you so much for your presentation. Each time a commercial is filmed here and shown around the country, and actually indeed around the world, it sparks people's desire to come here and visit the beautiful area. So that information is reflected in the presentations that you've shown us today, and they're very much appreciated. With that, I think we will receive the presentation. There is not a need for a motion on this item, and we will close the item and move on to item number 9. And item number 9 is to conduct a public hearing to present statutorily required sections for public comment on the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program. It'll be round 3, the application. And we are very happy today to have Lauren Suansupa with us, the county affiliation manager. And I'm unclear. I'm so sorry. Oh, there you are. It's Roxanne.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you.
I
Let me
usually
just
see you. I don't really see you
share.
live. This is wonderful again. And Roxanne Wilson at this point still the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Chair Adams, and for the introduction already. As you mentioned, Lauren Suansupa with Department of Social Services, and joined by Roxanne Wilson of the Coalition of Homeless Services, who serves as our continuum of care operator. And we're really proud to be able to be here to present some of the statutorily required items that require a opportunity for public comment in the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program application. This is round 3. So we just will cover a few things about what HHAP is, go over some of the eligible uses, and then review the required tables of the application that require the opportunity for public comment, share with you a timeline of the HAP 3 program project, and allow that public comment and any questions from you, of course. So HAP 3 is actually the 3rd round of a block grant, a opportunity to be able to really build off of partnerships and collaborations, and have some flexible dollars to be able to address a unified response to reduce and end homelessness. This 3rd round is the largest round of HAP dollars to come through, over $1 billion block grant authorized by AB 140. And it's really been able to help us drive a collaborative approach on addressing homelessness, as we really need to work together as a continuum of care. And so that means this partnership, why I'm joined here today with Roxanne Wilson, as well as working very closely with our partners in San Benito County because they are part of our COC.
So just to add on to that, back in, I believe, 2021, the state of California did an audit on several continuums of care within the entire state. And what they found was that there was inconsistencies across all of the COCs. And one of those major concerns from the state's perspective was the lack of an updated plan. So of course, as you know, the Continuum of Care had partnered with Monterey County to release a recent update to our 5-year plan. But the purpose of HHAP's application was for us to take a deep dive and look at all of the resources that are within our community, and for us to also analyze them and be very strategic on how we invest this upcoming round of HHAP.
So as we mentioned, HAP is really, an opportunity to be fairly flexible in addressing some of the causes and conditions and attempt to reduce and end homelessness. Just a quick overview of some of the possible uses of HAP funds, including rapid rehousing, street outreach, which I will note does include the like safe parking programs, systems support for collaborations, delivery of permanent housing, such as innovative housing solutions like hotel conversions, and support for shelters, including non-congregate or congregate if needed. So the next slides that I'm going to go through are parts of the tables of the actual application. So these are pretty in-depth tables, but wanting to just kind of give a bit of an overview to understand what each of these tables are, the purpose that the California Interagency Council on Homelessness organized as to why we put all of these things together. It was a pretty intensive application process, which is due at the end of this month. So table 1 starts off with a landscape for us to really identify what the state of our community is when it comes to homelessness. This was a really important collaboration to do with the coalition because they maintain all of our data.
Yeah, so to add on to that, the coalition houses what's called the Homeless Management Information Systems, also known as HMIS. This is a federally mandated database, which has the state of California recently leaned in. So you have several departments within the Department of Social Services also adding information into HMIS. The table itself asked for us to pull out different population or different demographics of the entire population that we're aware of. You'll see that it shows where do we pull that information from, and we had decided, because of the amount of information in HMIS, to use HMIS for the vast majority of filling out this table. So when you see COCAPR, that is the annual performance report that we pulled out of HMIS to help fill out this information. This is basically a landscape of everybody who we are aware of are experiencing homelessness during the time period of 10/1, I think it's, 2021, I believe, or 2020, all the way until 9/30/2021. And the reason why we selected that time frame is because it's in alignment with HUD's fiscal year. So every once in a while, HUD will do a update and make us change the data elements that we're collecting. And sometimes it can mess with the report. So we just wanted to be consistent with the fiscal year that we knew there were no significant changes.
The second table is another landscape analysis. This one is particular to the people who are accessing and utilizing our services. So you can see it is a similar type of table from table 1 to talk about the demographics of the people utilizing our system, broken down by the various categories of permanent supportive housing, who are utilizing rapid rehousing programs, interim housing, as well as outreach engagement services. So you can get a kind of a sense of what our community looks like, who is experiencing homelessness, and who is utilizing our systems.
And also to add on to that, the HMIS, although it's probably the most inclusive database, it's not all inclusive. There are certain things that you'll see in, I believe, the following slide where we talk about the funding analysis, that is not actually being collected in HMIS. So some of those bigger ticket items are like the emergency rental assistance program, which is ran by the United Way. So the United Way uses their own database to track those clients. This, however, is, like I said, the most accurate way of pulling the broadest amount of data to fill out these tables.
And widely accepted by the state to be the source of information. And, you know, the primary reason we don't include emergency rental assistance in HMIS is because we are intending most of those people are not homeless. We are trying to prevent homeless.
Something else that we also want to add, and we'll go deeper into it in the next slide, is that because the continuum of care is over 2 separate counties, what you're looking at throughout this entire deck is really Monterey and San Benito counties. So that's just another thing to keep in mind.
The third table is quite a beast, to be quite honest. This is a summary of all of the various different types of funding that are either directly related or adjunctly related to trying to address, reduce, prevent homelessness. And I will just note, because all of our data is combined by our COC, that this list includes funding sources that are not just administered through the County of Monterey, but also by the County of San Benito and some of our jurisdictional partners like the City of Salinas and King City. So this table will show, you know, a highlight of the major funding sources that have entered in through our community and those local partners that I mentioned, as well as identifying, you know, there are various time periods that these funds apply towards, various agencies or departments or jurisdictions that are administering them. Almost all of these are very specific as to having eligible target populations and requirements to be able to enter these programs. Very few of them truly have as much flexibility as HAP does, but this gives you a sense of all of the types of areas and services that we have opportunities in our community to have funding to address.
I think I have nothing else to add to that, actually.
Yeah, and I will just note some of those big ticket items that Roxanne mentioned are on here. So you're going to see over $50 million of the emergency rent assistance. You'll see those big ticket items for the motel conversions like Home Key and No Place Like Home. So there's several large dollar amounts in here that are very specific to a use. Table 4 are outcome goals. This was really, I think, an opportunity for our community to show off how far we've come in the efforts made in our 5-year plan to end homelessness, and really being able to take the work that is already endorsed by our jurisdiction and our partners' jurisdictions to come up with very clear specific, the SMART goals here that the state is looking for. So these goals will really identify the areas that we're proposing to the state that we're working to address, that these funds will be used to help support.
And again, it's as Lord had mentioned, it really is an alignment to the 5-year plan. Since San Benito County, the Continuum of Care, and the County of Monterey have all agreed that we are going to be utilizing the 5-year plan as our direction for the next 5 years. We just wanted to make sure that the goals that we are setting are in alignment, and that we're not creating competitive goals that can create, you know, conflicts with the objectives of the plan.
So you see both table 4 and 5 are very related. 5, the state really asked us in this section to be specific about the strategies being used to achieve those goals. So you'll see, again, as Roxanne mentioned, very collaborative efforts where we've summarized collective efforts like Home Key to address how we're reducing homelessness. So both of these, the goals and the strategies are based off of our collective efforts in the 5-year plan. The last table that is part of the application is our funding plan for Monterey County. So we are eligible to receive $3.381 million And this is divided up by the eligible use categories and the activity categories that the funds allow. So you can see how we're trying to utilize all of the different types of eligible use categories to support the very critical functions in our community. Rapid rehousing, this includes a youth set-aside requirement that part of these funds will go into a rapid rehousing program specifically for transitional aged youth, as well as additional funds to support rapid rehousing projects like what the Share Center is doing. So not just sheltering people, but trying to help them move forward and out of the shelter. Operating subsidies, that does include Share Center operations, as well as commitments for operational costs of home key programs that our partners have been utilizing, street outreach, some of the work that outreach teams have been doing, as well as safe parking programs. Service coordination, again, is similar to some operating costs, but really need to be based off of the ability to connect individuals to services like employment opportunities and other connected resources, system support, a lot of that about our coordination, the cost that we have to support the operations of the continuum of care, and then our maximum we're allowed to take for administrative costs.
One of the things that I would like to highlight about this particular plan is that almost everything on there is a partnership. So the county is partnering with the cities to do the home keys, or the county is partnering with the continuum of care to fund the outreach programs. So what we're really excited about is HHAP has put us all at the table and make sure that we're being extremely strategic about these investments and really pulling all of our resources together and make the most sense on how we execute in our community.
So just quickly over some key points of the timeline. We are focusing in on the application deadline, which is at the end of this month. There is an opportunity to be able to apply for some bonus funding in November of 2024, dependent on how well we progress through reaching our goals. All the funds need to be fully expended by June of 2026. And with that, that completes our presentation. The full tables are all included in the documents that were submitted, but we're happy to take any public comment as well as questions from the board. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This is a terrific presentation. As I will ask my colleagues for comments, I have more my own, but I don't have any idea how you guys were able to pull this grant together, because I see you everywhere. We've had so many issues and problems within the county in the last number of months. I do not understand how you are able to do it all. And I just thank you so much for the work that you are doing. So let me just talk to my colleagues. Supervisor Phillips, have you some questions or comments?
Yeah, I concur in that. Anytime we have a issue in our district, it's you guys we go to. I've always been concerned, and I know we asked you a number of times, what percentage of the people, when we reach out and do what they call a sweep or moving people out, will accept our services, and I think the percentage is pretty small. I guess, and especially with the governor talking about this homeless court and other things, and when I was on the bench, I started the mental health court, and I think some of the same people maybe are the homeless were people that ended up in the mental health court. And the good thing about that was you bring them in each week to see how they were doing, and you had some clout. You said, if you're not doing this and this and this, we're going to have another place for you for a couple of days until you do it. But how do you think, is there a way you think that we could do better in reaching out to the people to have them start accepting our services? Because a lot of them are dealing with mental health issues, alcohol issues, other things. So
I'll start with that. I think that one of the pieces that was strategic about the HAP application was the part of needing to collect all of the landscape analysis. I would say that, how much people will engage from encampment to encampment or from issue to issue is really dependent and unique to each population. Each community will have different factors, and being able to conduct a bit more analysis and understanding of who is experiencing what types of additional needs are impacting their ability to stabilize, I think is the key to being able to make our services more effective. So understanding, is it the mental health component that we really need to address? Is there a substance abuse component that we need to address? Are there other social economic issues that we need to address first before we can get them more engaged and willing to build trust and accept services?
Just to piggyback on that, the continuum of care is working with the city of Salinas. The city of Salinas is what's called the ESG recipient, so they have regional funds. But we're working together with all of the outreach teams to build out a better strategy on how to build such rapport. So the key strategy area number 3 of the 5-year plan really does focus on ramping up services to people who are living in encampments. That doesn't necessarily have to be a sanctioned encampment. That could be just offering showers or getting them bus passes or ensuring that they have medicine. We've also been working with CCAH, sorry, Central Coast Alliance on Health, for to start building out a street medicine program. So we should see what a street medicine program rolling out with real doctors and real services. We believe that through building that rapport, we can engage with people in levels to where they trust us and they know that we're working really hard to try to get them off of the streets and stabilized. So I think that that's our current strategy from the continuum of care side, is just again establishing that rapport. And it's going to be a little bit of some time, but we believe that we'll see good impact in the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Supervisor Lopez.
You know, we live in a bit of a bubble here for those of us that live and work in government, especially when we're focused on housing and homeless. We have acronyms and terms that if you walk outside this chamber and talk to any person on the street, they'll look at you like, what are you talking about? Just solve the problem. Put somebody in a house. How hard can that be? It's extremely difficult. And we've experienced that. We've been in meetings during this meeting. I've had 2 families reach out during this meeting and say, I'm losing my house. I need help. I just want to thank you, because I know that the work that you do isn't just taking one source and plugging it in and putting a roof over somebody. You're braiding so many different resources that are coming into the community to make sure that we're creating a net that can catch as many people as possible. What scares me, I love data. I've never stopped saying that from the day I said I was running for this office. But what scares me is the growing numbers that we're seeing statewide. And so I appreciate the target of 25%, right, that's in this. But my larger concern is, as the number grows, I want to make sure that we're looking at both sides of the equation, especially as we're creating units throughout the county. And I do say throughout the county, thanks to the work of this group, as we talk about braiding, we're not just looking at Salinas, we're looking at South County, we're looking at the peninsula, and truly providing resources where people live. But as we do that, that growing number that we're seeing from north to south and east to west in this state, I'm just afraid it's, as always, not going to be enough. But I like the plan. I think we're headed in the right direction. I know the right people are behind it. And for us inside the bubble, I think it's important that we have this grasp. But when we talk to the public, they need to know, for them, it's that worst day in their life, right?
Yeah.
And how do we bring them a solution? And so I know you guys do that every single day. You're here today kind of sharing the inside baseball, but I've seen you out there dealing with the direct questions. And so for me today, it's a thank you and a ton of appreciation for all that you do, especially in those rooms we're not in, as you continue to support community. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Rudescu.
Thank you for the detailed presentation. So, I think my takeaway from the whole thing is, $3.81 million sounds like a lot of money, but when we're looking at a challenge as large and as expensive as what we're looking at, it really doesn't. I mean, this gets us, mean, I'd like to say this moves us forward. I'm not even sure that this really truly moves us forward in a way that's significant and meaningful, given the scope of the number of individuals who are in desperate need, and given the crisis that we have in terms of being able to put people into housing. So I just want to acknowledge the challenge that's before us. And I want to ask and challenge our teams who are working on this to come back to this board with us for more resources. You know, we have limited resources available, but with the county budget, we make choices every day as a board of supervisors about what to invest our limited resources in. And I think that if I can say that I am interested in putting those resources into benefiting communities who are most vulnerable, and the populations that we're talking about, the families who are homeless, the older adults who are homeless. You know, yes, mental health is part of that. Yes, addiction is, you know, sometimes part of that. But for the vast majority of individuals who end up homeless, if you look at our data that we have via the homeless census, it's really economic situations that lead people to a lack of housing. And the only way that I can look at that is there are policy failures, you know, across all levels of government that lead people into those economic crises that lead to a lack of housing. So my challenge to you, keep coming to us, keep asking for resources, let us know what else you need in order to actually move people into housing. The comments that Supervisor Lopez made about the fear and the concern, you know, the numbers that we have here about the number of unhoused individuals, I don't have the slide up, but so that's our unhoused population count. If you look at our McKinney-Vento data around families who are on the verge of homelessness, who are sleeping in a garage, they're not technically unhoused. We have just on the Monterey Peninsula, we have 2,000, right now we have 2,000 families, 2,000 children who are living in conditions that are overcrowded, unsafe, unhealthy. These are families who are one breath away from ending up in their car or in a tent. The number of unhoused individuals that we have coming into the future is going to increase, and the vulnerable nature of those individuals are going to increase. So I look at my colleagues on this board and say, this is good, but we've got to do more, and we've got to do better, and we've got to figure out how to prioritize the resources that are necessary to ensure that people have safe, legal places to sleep. The question that I had was in terms of for some of our school districts. I know MPUSD has actually gone out and secured contracts with a local motel so that they can put families into a safe place to sleep for those children for crisis management. Is any of this HHAP money available for those kinds of community partners who are already connected to the families, who are already trusted partners? How can they participate and access some of these funds when they have an innovative solution that's really meeting an immediate need to keep vulnerable populations in shelter?
I think as you started off with your comment about this money not being as much as it really seems, most of it really is needed just to upkeep in the operations of many of our systems, particularly the share center that, you know, our community was able to build up and create. The operational costs of that are pretty significant. And we want to make sure that that becomes a hub and a center to be able to coordinate many of those things so that there is lots of rapid rehousing and service coordination money built into that program. The other place that opportunities like what you're speaking about, flexibility and being able to kind of address maybe immediate needs like getting a motel voucher on demand when needed, or maybe it's a gas voucher or a bus pass. That is something we're looking at trying to incorporate into outreach so that they can be more agile, more responsive to people's urgent needs and have some of those tools and resources with them. So the intent is to give them more resources because they really are some of the quickest boots on the ground program that we have. So I would say that that's probably the area where we're trying to put in the most flexibility and pad up with resources.
Great. to save the date for July 14th. The Summit on Homelessness has been planned. That'll be ideally, we'd like to have all of our local elected officials participate in that on July 14th. But we will also have availability for members of the public. So if you're interested in participating, watch your email. If you're an elected official, you'll be getting a personal invitation. If you're not on our mailing list and would like to, please contact the clerk of the board so that we can make sure that you get an invitation to the Summit on Homelessness, where we'll be going into detail about the 5-year plan and how you personally can be a part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, well, I first want to respond. It's not just telling us what you need. What our homeless providers need is housing. We need to approve projects that generate water sources so that housing can be built and not get tied up in environmental review and locked down for years in lawsuits. Because any of these providers will tell you the shelter is not a solution, it's a safety net. But when our providers then try to find reasonably priced housing for our homeless residents, it's very difficult to find. It's beyond the range of what even some of these subsidies programs are providing. So if we're serious about trying to address homelessness, we need to expedite housing projects. We need to support water solutions, because building housing is clearly tied with having adequate water to get those projects off the ground. We have some big projects coming up for housing in the future. It's at those moments that really tell whether this board is serious about addressing homelessness. I was just looking at some of the data of Salinas. I think 75% of our residents are renters in Salinas. And when rents continue to go up high because there's a lack of housing stock, there's a lot of more competition than housing units available, those rents just skyrocket. And Salinas has been in the top 10 cities in California where rents have gone up from 1 year to the next in the highest amounts. And that's a driver for homelessness, when people cannot afford to keep paying their astronomical amounts of rent. So that's what I would like to see more of. I know these programs are partial strategies. I want to thank Roxanne and all the team that carries out this work and that tries to get families placed. We do have a tremendous need in our county, but it is this board that has the power to help expedite projects, housing projects moving forward. That's going to be the real solution here. And also certainly a continued commitment from the state to sustain these programs in the operations and maintenance, and not just have this later fall 100% on the cost to local governments to maintain these critical programs. The other issue is making sure they're talking to federal and federal agencies as well, so that when they do these programs, they don't get tied up in bureaucratic red tape. We have 50 units at the Goodnight Inn that we've been working on since last fall, because the HUD, the federal housing agency, has been holding up that project. 50 units that could be housing today 50 homeless residents or families. It's currently tied up because of because of bureaucratic red tape. And for me, that's just an example. When the state creates new programs and they don't talk to the federal agencies, it's the money's there, but it's being held up unnecessarily for months on end. But I want to be supportive of this program. And just the last point, people living in overcrowded housing is not a new situation. We didn't discover that because of some report that came and talked about McKinney-Vento housing. Families in East Salinas have lived in overcrowded housing because the housing is so expensive. Rents are so high. So it forces families to live 2 or 3 in one household and split that rent because that's the only way they can make it affordable. So I do take that to heart, because those are my constituents. But I know that the answer is building more housing so they have an opportunity in the future to buy a home or to rent a home that is not just so just so high. But with that, I'll close my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Alejo. Very well said. Just a few comments of my own. Perhaps it's 2,000 children in the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, but throughout the county, we have more than 10,000 unhoused children through the McKinney-Vento lens in the Monterey County school districts. And that has grown since I was at United Way when it was about 3,000. I mean, it's really grown exponentially. So it's just such a visible number. And the fact that not every school has a counselor, but every school has a homeless coordinator just really says something about the situation that we are in. I want to thank you both so much for the work that you are doing. It is very, very gut-wrenching, and it takes a special person to be able to do what you're doing. And I want you to know how much I appreciate that. A couple of thoughts. Number one, out of the 1 billion that we have, we're just getting 3.4. I feel like California and Monterey County is not getting our fair share. When you think that, you can usually take it and cut it into tenths, like 1/10 of it should be coming here. So I recognize the challenge that we're up against. And I know that every year they kind of clip off a little bit more, which is always difficult. But I am wondering, I have absolute confidence that you're going to get the 3.4 million, absolute confidence that you're going to hit the metrics that we need to be put in the bonus pool. And I'm just wondering if we have any idea what the bonus is. Is that information that's present now so that we can kind of look toward how we would expend those additional dollars?
I have not received any updates on the total dollar amount
Okay.
for the bonus.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. And then we talk so much, I hear so much at any rate about Project Home Key. And I want to make sure from your perspective, this is really working. This is a really valid program. From Room Key to Home Key is an exceptional program, as I sort of hear and think and believe that it is.
I want to let Roxanne speak to that because the coalition was the operator of the second iteration of Project Room Key, and really just kind of highlight that, we received quite a bit of recognition and appreciation from the state after that project closed down because of how successful it was. And it really kind of speaks to that ability to develop rapport with someone, help them stabilize, recover from the trauma of living on the streets, begin to rebuild themselves, identify their resources and needs, and then stabilize and find permanency, how effective that was.
Well, Lauren really said it. There's something so special about having a place for someone to go right now. And I think that that's been a constant struggle for a lot of the outreach providers and the emergency shelter providers. So when you think about the process, right? So the county approved for some PRK funds to be utilized for outreach. So we had outreach workers on the ground identifying the most vulnerable people. We had somewhere for them to go immediately. And like Lauren said, they stabilized and were able to reacclimate to living inside and getting all of those resources. So much rapport was built in that year that we were running PRK Project Room Key 2.0. My gosh, there's so
That's
many
a nod to
versions.
Chris Lopez.
Yes. And then having they didn't lose what's called their chronic homeless status. So that becomes its own bureaucratic craziness. Someone could lose chronicity, meaning that they don't qualify for permanent supportive housing anymore, which is why transitional housing, you have to really make sure that this person wants to go
Pluses
in.
and minuses. Yeah.
That's right. They'll lose their chronicity. So because it was set up the way it was by the state, and we had a permanent housing solution for them at the end of their stay, for most of the folks, as Supervisor Alejo had mentioned, there's still people waiting for their units, which is creating its own crises, honestly. But the whole entire thing is they're retaining their clients over at the current Home Key site. There's like 57 or actually more, 60 something folks that moved in on the first wave, and their retention rates are really high. I think we're at like 95%. So that goes to prove that people who are chronically homeless, who are living outside for extended periods of time, can, want, and will stay housed as long as we provide them with the right resources.
I think that's just an absolutely critical part. I want to follow up on my question then, because you've corroborated what I believe, that those two programs, Room Key and Home Key, really work. Do we have staff focused on working to find additional places for us to be able to do public-private partnerships, or however one would talk about it, so that we can expand the base that we have for Project Home Key. And I go back to Supervisor Alejo's comments that from my perspective, there's a lot of housing that's going on here, a lot of building, but it is housing that is nowhere near what we need. There's housing, but it's not the kind of housing that we need. And I am hopeful that we might be able to focus on something like Project Home Key, so that we can get the kind of housing that we need in our communities, rather than, you know, the mega mansions that unfortunately get built and instantly are on sale for $1 million and instantly get picked up by somebody from outside the county just right away. So I guess my question then is, do we have people who are focused on looking to expand properties for us?
So I want to just kind of, just a quick nod to rapid rehousing providers, because it's, I think, a really easy term to say we're providing rapid rehousing, but the work that needs to be done for rapid rehousing is immense. And Project Home Key is just this wonderful blessing for our community, but it cannot be the solution for all.
No,
it really is a very specific type of population who will qualify for those units. So the providers that are performing rapid rehousing services really need to look at absolutely every option and be creative, be thoughtful of, building landlord relationships, seeking out roommate situations where they can kind of pull resources, be very creative about, opportunities that they can, purchase properties if needed, or help increase employment efforts. I mean, it's really across the board what rapid rehousing needs to look at, because every family or individual will come with their own resources and strengths and barriers that they're needing to achieve. So while Home Key is this wonderful, quick, straight shot, rapid rehousing for all of our programs, including the room key that's operating right now, always need to assess for any type of other options.
Thank you. Thanks so much. With that, I will go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public that wishes to comment on this item. I do not see any hands raised, nor do I see anyone in chambers coming forward. I keep seeing a hand coming on and off. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to address this particular item? And if so, if you could please press *9 to raise your hand, or *6 to unmute yourself. Seeing none, with that, we will close our public hearing. And because it is a public hearing, I expect that we need to have a motion to approve the submission of the HHAP Round 3 application.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Sure. Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. And with that, we will close this item with deep appreciation for our presenters and all of the work that you're doing. Thank you so much. We're going to recess to lunch and reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
Yeah, two of them, right? Yes. Is this the second one? Yes. Okay, I'll just grab it, or you can come office and I'll grab it. We're gonna take it to the honor center. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
want to, when they reconvene, you don't want to.
Oh, no, yeah. I'll be here later. Yeah, I think we were put last because of my
Mic one, mic one. Mic four, mic four. Microphone five. Mic six, mic six. Mic 10, mic 10. Microphone 11, microphone 11. Mic 12. Staff mic one. Staff mic two. Podium mic check. Cluck mic, cluck mic. Edgar, can you hear me?
Yep, Monterey room 2A audio test.
Yep, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Diego's mic.
All right.
entire time.
Good afternoon, everyone. My pleasure to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for today, Tuesday, June 7th, 2022. Could we please have a roll call?
Yes, Madam Chair, let the record reflect Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Lopez, and Chair Supervisor Adams are present in the board chambers with Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Askew joining via Zoom.
Thank you. And could we please have our message from Mr. Silas, our Spanish interpreter?
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré el intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted desea hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de interpretación, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarlo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Silas. And now we are going to our CAO new referrals, and I will turn to ACAO Nick Chulos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are no new referrals this week.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And now we will go to referral responses. And the first referral response that we have is to receive a preliminary response to board referral number 2022.16 to pursue state grant funding to complete the new juvenile hall and to consider updating the referral to combine it with board referral 2017.24 to retain a consultant to conduct an initial assessment of feasibility of consolidating the youth center with the new juvenile hall. We're going to have a presentation by Bella Lisek, our senior administrative analyst. And for those who are participating via telephone, the controls are *9 to enable you to raise your hand and *6 to mute or unmute. Thank you very much and welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams, members of the board. Bella Lesick, analyst for the County Administrative Office, here to provide a preliminary verbal response to referral 2022.16 to pursue funding for juvenile hall and to request that the board consider consolidating it with referral 2017.24 to retain an independent consultant for a study to consolidate the youth center with juvenile hall. In 2017, a senior project manager at Kitchell concluded co-location of the two facilities would require master planning and redesign of the new juvenile hall and another construction project. Probation has continued to review the possibility of consolidating the two facilities and providing periodic status updates to the first referral. But the descoping of the new juvenile hall construction project eliminated a long-term high security unit, classroom, kitchen, laundry, dining area, and further exacerbating capacity, programming, and space constraints. On April 26th, the board designated $70,000 for a consultant initial high-level assessment of feasibility of accommodating multiple risk groups in juvenile hall. This would begin with a review of the current layout and configuration of housing and support spaces, operations, and youth population data, and end with the determination that either the current juvenile hall capacity is sufficient with modified operations and programming, or that the facility needs to be modified or a new one built in order to meet current rehabilitation standards and needs of the youth, public, and staff. Any required structural modifications would exceed an initial assessment and necessitate additional investment in consultant work. It is in our opinion that until the scope of the necessary modifications is known, staff would not have the requisite details to apply for the appropriate state grant funding. However, staff have been monitoring the governor's proposed budget, and the chief probation officers of California addressed a letter to the legislature in response to the May revise in support of additional funding for county probation facilities. We will continue to monitor all opportunities that might offset any required future investments or otherwise be advantageous to the county. We propose to combine the referrals and welcome the board's direction.
Thank you very much. I will now go to our board for questions or comments. Supervisor Phillips, shall we start with you?
Well, I'm not opposed to the idea that Supervisor Leo initially had of trying to move out of the youth center if it's feasible. And it might have been possibly feasible if we'd completed the juvenile hall like we intended to before we ran into all the problems. The biggest problem we have there is having some of these very, very, very heavy inmates that are being sent and will be sent back to us by the state when they're closing what I always call the youth authority. And so I think it well might be feasible if we're able to build a supplemental building there and facility, and did something about food processing and the other things that are done at the youth center. But to me, it's only appropriate when the state is dumping these programs on us like we've had ever since I've been here for 50 years. You've had the youth center for your very, very heavy people that commit the dangerous multi-murders and dangerous sex offenders that are out of your area, and they house them. So if we have to do that, we have to keep some separateness from the 15 and 16-year-old kids and these heavy inmates. And so I think it's only right that the state and hopefully the DAs or the Probation Officer Association really get in and lobby pretty hard, because they're the ones that should articulate it. But clearly the state should step up and pay for us having a facility to house those. And we've talked about it when this initially happened, and maybe it's a thing where like the Tri-County areas go through and have a facility with San Benito and Santa Clara County, or San Benito and Santa Cruz County. But clearly right now, unless we have some additional facility, I don't think any way we could close the youth center and bring those people in. So
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Lopez. Okay, we'll go first. We have Supervisor Rudowski and then Supervisor Lejo.
All right, this is Wendy. So I think just to clarify, the words consolidation versus co-location, my understanding of our previous conversations is that we had been talking about the goal of moving the youth center, recognizing that the populations being served at the youth center and at the juvenile hall are very different populations of children. And so the study, as I understood it, and the conversation that we had when we approved the funding, was not so much to potentially to explore consolidation, but really more so to look at options for co-location of the youth center onto the juvenile hall properties, or to identify another appropriate location for the youth center programming to occur. And so I want to be really clear about the words that we're using and my understanding of what direction we're giving moving forward. The description that I heard staff just give was different than how I had understood us to have given direction previously. So if we could just get clarification to that point.
So the first referral was to consolidate, and the consultant will be looking at options on whether that's possible for, as you mentioned, all those diverse populations, and then what would take to make that possible, whether it's the programming or whether we can combine both the facilities, or whether the structure would need to be modified or an additional structure built.
Okay, so I guess then my comment or my request would be that we're that in any assessments that we're doing, that we are keeping in mind the desire to move the youth center from its current location to another location, as well as at the forefront of every assessment and decision needs to be the safety and benefit of the youth who are in our custody, and the ability to differentiate programmatic delivery and other safety needs while they are in custody, whether it's through the youth center or through the juvenile hall. I think for me, those are the two biggest priorities that I have for us moving forward.
Thank you, Supervisor. And now we'll go to Supervisor Lejo.
Yeah, and whether it's consolidating or co-locating, I think that's just a word of semantics. But I think the gist of it is that we're trying to see if we could place both of these programs into one location, one modern facility that's just being completed, and one that is really dilapidated and in poor condition and was never designed to house youth. It was never designed to keep youth there for a very long time. It was a old hospital that got abandoned. So I think there's a good opportunity right now, because I think in the governor's May revise, if I remember correctly, there was 100 million for these very types of juvenile facilities. And the reason we do a referral is because staff, before new state funding becomes available on a competitive basis, there needs to be some work done to be able to make a strong proposal so that we can complete that juvenile hall and those amenities that were descoped and cut out of the project. And certainly a higher end security dorm seems to be that was cut out, and that seems to be the missing element we need here. But I'm not talking about anything new here with the juvenile hall and DJJ. As to Supervisor Phillips' comments, that's already happening. Youth who are sentenced, who would normally be sentenced to the Department of Juvenile Justice, are already being housed at the new juvenile hall. So it's not like it's going to happen. It's already happening. Chief Keating has reported that to us. So that's where they are being located already. Now, what we're talking about is bringing the youth who have a longer sentence and are being up to 9 months and are being housed at the youth program to also be cited there. But this referral, and I mentioned this the last time we talked about this, is not just to see can we all house them, everyone together. There's a way to do that. There's a way to finish building what we did not complete at the site, but it's also looking for those youth who do not have to be at the juvenile hall, who are only sentenced for a few days, a couple weeks, 30 days, whether we could have a program similar to what we do with the female juvenile offenders. They're not housed at the juvenile hall. They're not housed at the youth center. There is a separate program where they are put in a group home type of setting here in Salinas. And whether we could expand that kind of a program for those youth who do not need to stay at the juvenile hall because they have the lesser offenses. So this is asking for re-looking at how we could bring these programs together on one side, but also seeing where we could have other types of programming for the lower level offenders. And I don't think it's acceptable to anybody, certainly not to taxpayers, that currently at the youth center with the budget of almost $11 million and only housing 21 youth, and I brought this up on our last meeting, our budget meeting, that we're spending on average $515,000 per youth at the youth center. I don't see how anybody finds that acceptable, where we could be really looking for some savings and then reinvesting that money in other successful, proven, evidence-based programs that could help our youth that are going through the juvenile justice system. And that's what we're asking for. It's not just a simple report. It's asking, let's re-envision how we're doing things here and really looking at reinvesting those millions of dollars into other programs that could better serve our youth than the youth center only model. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I have a, Supervisor Lopez, you ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
After I've considered this, I think for me, it's a really big question given what's happening at the state level. And I think consolidation, if possible, is necessary, because if the legislature and the governor accomplish what they're trying to do this year, there's going to be a lot more burden on us in terms of care court as well. And the responsibility that's going to fall on us without any funding the way it's structured now is going to hurt, because there is no additional backup in terms of a pipeline of folks that are entering these fields to help us do the work necessary. So we need to look at models that allow us to do more with less. And if we need to be ahead of that curve, and I think this is an opportunity to investigate if it's possible. And we might be on the leading edge. And I agree with the concept that Supervisor Phillips threw out there, which was, let's talk about a regional approach as well, if it can be pulled off. But none of that happens without a consultant coming in and letting us know what is and isn't possible. So I'm supportive of this request, the combining to move us forward to have a look at what is and isn't possible, to put us in a better position come the end of the year.
So do we have any sense about how many youth are currently serving in the DJJ facilities that would need to be housed at juvenile hall?
I believe the last time we looked at it, it was 10, but probation may have a more accurate or current number.
Todd? Oh, great. Thank you, Todd. I see your hand is up.
Yes, Madam Chair. Currently, I believe we have 24 youth at DJJ. When they shut their doors in June 30th of next year, we don't have any way of knowing how many youth will actually still be there, but we're guessing that it'll be between 7 and 10 youth that will still be not in a position to be released back into the public. So those youth would be brought back to us at that point, which would be, that's a big ask to bring 10 youth back from DJJ, putting into an institution that's was not initially designed for that. As far as the youth that are being sentenced to the secure track right now, we have one of those youth since 8/23 went into effect. So it's not like we have a whole bunch of youth there now, but we're trying to develop that program, develop that culture within the institution, and then we have to figure out how to incorporate the youth coming back.
And so thinking about the difference between how the young women are handled rather than the young men, is there the possibility that we could have a program that is more like a group home for the young people that Supervisor Alejo was referring to, who have less serious crimes and only are going to be housed for, a couple of weeks, few weeks?
The program that the girls belong to and that fall under that category, they're under a foster care order. So it's not as simple as they're just doing. They've been removed from the custody of their parents and placed into foster care. And the group home that operates within Monterey County is able to accommodate those youth. We don't use any group homes currently in Monterey County. They're all out of county placements. But the girls have special needs, and most of the girls that we see are CSEC victims or CSEC involved. So I'm not saying it's impossible, but to trade out one system for out of home placement order, that's still a deep end sentence from the court.
Okay, thank you.
And I see Lori Medina's on. Maybe she has something.
Yes, Lori's hand is up.
Yes, thank you, supervisors. And to the question about group homes, and again, this might be an issue of semantics. One of the things when children are under a foster care order, the option of group homes has now, because of continuum of care reform, gone away. So they have to have significant behavioral health issues that would qualify them for an STRTP, which is a higher level of care that has a very high level of mental health response to it. So I would say that, that's definitely a resource we should be looking at if those youth will qualify under that provision, because there's a threshold now that is much higher for group home care. There is no more group homes.
Thank you. And Supervisor Alejo, your hand is up.
Yeah, on that follow-up to that point, I get it when they're in foster care, but we're talking, so for Chief Keating, you're saying that 100% of female offenders in Monterey County all go into this foster care, that none are non-foster care youth that are placed in the program that we currently utilize, that is non-youth center placement?
Yes, the population that's in that group home right now that's correct. That's 100%. We also, I think we have 7 females in juvenile hall right now, but they are either awaiting placement or just going through the court process to finish out, but they're not being sentenced to DJJ.
Okay, let's go with those 7 females then. I assume none are going into foster care at this point, even though the wards of the court. If they are sentenced at various levels, where will they get placed?
I believe the majority of them are they're in custody because they ran away from foster care.
Mm-hmm. So where will they get placed?
We have to find another group home for them.
Okay, so I hear Lori Medina saying there's no more group homes, and then
Oh, I'm sorry. Another STRTP.
yeah, and that's what I mean. I mean, we say group homes is the public, and us, we're more familiar with that type of home setting alternative to being placed at a juvenile hall institution. And so whatever the new acronym is, I think that's the point of whether we could expand those types of services within Monterey County. And if we currently do not have them, that is where we're talking about utilizing some of this savings to create other types of programs to the youth center. That's what we're exploring. And the fact that we haven't been more proactive in providing those services within our county, that we have to send our youth to a neighboring county, also raises more questions, right? Why have we never made an effort to try to create those services here, or partner with a nonprofit that could provide those services here? But certainly at a price tag of $515,000 per youth, that I just, it's hard for me that we would find that, hey, let's keep doing what we've been doing, no matter how costly it is, when there perhaps could be some better models for us to consider. And the reason I brought up other DJJ residents, I believe it was in one of our budget hearings that the first time you reported that youth were going to be now held at the juvenile hall, and at that point you had mentioned 3. It was 3 court-ordered young offenders who were no longer going to be sent to DJJ. Now you're saying it's 1, but have we had multiple than 1 since the law went into effect? Because I remember clearly you had mentioned a number of 3 previously.
At that point, we had 3 youth that were eligible for that sentence, but only 1 was sentenced to that.
Okay.
I see Lauren Medina has her hand up again.
Yes, and so I really appreciated Supervisor Alejo's questions about what we've been trying to do to get more local providers qualified as STRTPs. We initially had 2 providers who were group homes that were converting to STRTPs. The threshold to qualify for those types of services are very high. It does take a coordination between social services, probation, and behavioral health. I know behavioral health, one of the biggest leaps is how they qualify for the behavioral health component of that service. We worked with our 2 local providers here to help, bridge that gap, provide a lot of technical assistance. But a lot of providers who typically were group home providers prior to CCR conversion have closed their doors because it's a very expensive model. And so many of them just can't afford to continue to operate in that way. And by the way, you're talking about the price per bed under that previous model that could have been like, $5,500. Now we're talking about $14,000 a month. So I just wanted to just provide that little bit of information to this discussion.
Ms. Medina, where are those placements? Where are we currently sending those young girls to? What county?
Yeah, well, so we have had 1 provider through Door to Hope, Santa Lucia. That was one of our providers, and the other one, Peacock Acres, and for a lot of different reasons, they're not really doing the kind of STRTP level anymore. They're doing more of our transitional youth housing programs, which is a lower level of care, because of the big leap for them to have to provide those behavioral health services.
But that's what I always assumed, that Peacock Acres was in Monterey County. And now somebody said that they're being sent out of the county, but I thought Peacock Acres was serving those young female offenders within our county.
Yes, and there have been a lot of challenges for them to be able to meet the service needs for the youth under that new programmatic construct.
Okay, well, somebody said, I think it was Chief Keating said, our female offenders are being sent out of county. And I'm asking, where are they being sent out of county? Or is it in fact that they are being served within Monterey County through Peacock Acres and the other provider you mentioned?
No, the provider that I'm mentioning for the girls is Santa Lucia. That's what I was discussing. Some girls are sent out of county, but we don't have any in-county STRTPs for boys. That was my point.
Exactly. Well, yeah, that was my point too. And then the need is there. But then Santa Lucia is also serving within Monterey County. They're not out of county.
Correct.
Okay, so they are being served within county, and my whole point was that young men should have a similar provider, and if we don't have it, we should be working towards that as part of this process. Hopefully, when we re-envision alternative services and utilizing some of the savings for such purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. So is there any member of the public that wishes to weigh in on this? Yes, I see we have one hand raised. And I'm not seeing.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. I just have just a thought and just comment. We're talking about, 7 young folks, right, running away from foster youth, right, and hearing all this stuff about behavioral, like just I guess what was the lady saying? I guess the man, I can't say it. I guess the qualifications, right, to go into these group homes or these this other facility or type of treatment is like I think that's the problem. Is like we're going under these guidelines that yes, they're under behavioral health and for folks that really are having a hard time, but I think Monterey County can really create the setting that it wants. Even the probation can advocate at the courts to have these young folks placed in this new home or aftercare or less restrictive setting that Monterey County creates, right? I think anything is more cost effective than keeping folks jailed, and especially if you're sending folks out of county, away from their families, especially the young men too that are at the youth center, where the average stay is like 8 months, and a lot of them, it would be interesting to see how many of those are actually there for just again another maybe probation violation for, I don't know, running away or not going to school or something like that, and again, I think the probation office should at the end of the day, it's like they need to work themselves out of a job, because that means that these kids will be successful and they'll stop coming through. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez, for your comments. And let's see if we have anyone else whose hand is raised. Okay, I'm not seeing any additional hands that are up. So let's go back to the main purpose of what we were going to do here today. And that is that we were to receive the preliminary response to pursue state funding. And it's been indicated that I'm just trying to, can you go back and repeat what it was that you had said about the state funding approach at this point?
Just that we would wait until the consultant, not wait. In my experience, staff is very proactive with pursuing appropriate funding. And so in addition to following the state budget and any other appropriate sources, once we have a report from the consultant, we'll also tailor the funding and apply to the appropriate grants and funding that would match what the recommendations are.
And the direction was $70,000 for the consultancy to do this. Is that correct?
That was approved on April 26th.
Great. So is that something that we then as a group are going to agree that we want to do, to consider updating the referral to combine it and to combine the two referrals and then retain a consultant to conduct an initial assessment of consolidating the youth center with the new juvenile hall? Is that going to get to what it is that we really want to see happen?
Madam Chair.
Yes, I see your hand is up, and then I see Todd Keating as well.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I'm fine with consolidating, but I don't want to say let's not even pursue any new state funding till the report is in, because one, we don't know yet how many months that's going to take. The budget's going to get approved in 8 days. State budget's going to be 8 days from now, and it does take some time for the the state agency, the lead state agency, to put out guidelines and put out opportunities for counties to apply. But I wouldn't want us to not do any work on that, because beyond the high security dorm, we know what we need. What wasn't built was a kitchen, was a laundry facility, and a dining area. Those were 3 of the amenities, and the only other thing that was not built was the higher security dorm wing. And so that doesn't seem like we're gonna need to wait to try to complete what we're not able to do. We know what we need to do. So I understand that the report will be very helpful and informative, but we already do know what we need to complete at the juvenile hall, and I wouldn't want us to delay it if the opportunity arises. If we have the time within the schedule of what it takes the state to make that funding available, then I'm fine with that. But I don't want us to hold back when the opportunity opens up.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Todd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Supervisor Alejo. I just want to say the reason I like the idea of consolidating the referrals is in the sense that, this facilities assessment, it can be used to inform future decisions and offer up the best options to best serve these populations. As far as available, well, not available, but the $100 million that was in the governor's proposal, it's my understanding that the legislature supports that. It's just that the mechanism to access that money has not been decided on. Whether it's, every county will get a portion of that money, or whether it'll be a competitive grant. But again, I really think this assessment is a good first step, an important first step to getting to where we all want to get.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that. So is there any other discussion from the board? Anything else from the public? So it appears as if we are going to then go ahead and combine the 2 referrals with the consultant and see where we go from there.
I'll make that motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye, I said. I don't know if
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you. And with that, we will close the referral of number 11 and move to our scheduled matter today. We have a number of them. The next one is going to be item 12, and that is going to be handled by our county council, where we're making appointments to 2 of the primary and alternate agricultural director positions on the board of directors of the famous Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the board. I trust that the board report was fairly thorough. In summary, the county is a member of that Joint Powers Authority known as the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency, and makes certain appointments to the board of directors of that agency. 2 of those director positions, 2 of the agricultural director positions are end at the end of June this year, and therefore appointments are necessary. The Salinas Basin Agricultural Water Association, under the JPA agreement, nominates for the 2 agricultural director positions, and they have forwarded the following nominees. For the East Side Subbasin, the primary is recommended to be Colby Pereira, and the alternate Kevin Tatino. For the Upper Valley, the primary is recommended to be Grant Creamers, and the alternate is Brad Rice. Ms. Pereira is currently a primary director on the agency's board of directors and is currently the chairperson of the board. Mr. Totino will be a new addition as an alternate for the East Side. In the Upper Valley, Mr. Creamers is currently an alternate to the board of directors. He will be a new primary, and Mr. Rice will be a new member as an alternate. I've invited Mr. Rice and Mr. Totino to the meeting in case they had to respond to any questions or make any comments. I looked and I did not see either one in the attendees, but there is a phone, and I don't know if that's Mr. Rice, who indicated he would be participating by Zoom. So we recommend that the board approve the appointments as indicated. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. County Council. So let's just see if the board has suggestions.
Just
before we
moving
vote.
recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, but I do want to go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public that wishes to weigh in on this item. Yes, Supervisor Alejo? Oh, sorry. Supervisor Alejo had a legacy hand. Boom. We've got, no, Norm, you're up. Yes, come on back. Yes, Mr. Groot, could you please come forward?
Yeah, who's on first?
Sorry, Supervisor Alejo. Is this on?
Yes.
Norm Groot, and I'm appearing today as president of the Salinas Basin Agricultural Water Association, and just wanted to affirm that we went through our process for these 4 positions on the Groundwater Sustainability Agency Board of Directors. All 4 have been vetted through the qualifications, both in the joint powers agreement as well as the association's additional requirements. They do have nexuses in those subjective basins that they will be representing. And so we do recommend that you move forward with this approval of the names that we've submitted at this point. And the Basin Water Association would also like to thank Mr. Bill Lipe and Mr. Chris Drew for their service this last 3 years as a director and alternate, as their terms are coming to a conclusion at the end of this month. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Groot. Is there any other member of the public that wishes to speak at this point? And Supervisor Alejo, I'm so sorry. I don't know whether you've got a legacy hand up or.
No, I was going to comment, but I decided not to. I'll just let it go.
Okay, so no wonder we're playing a little up and down here. Okay, thank you. Is there any other member of the public or the board of directors who wishes to make comment on this? I'm seeing none. We have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much for that. And with that, we will close item 12 and move forward now to item 13, which is to conduct a public hearing, receive public comment to satisfy the provision of the Streets and Highway Code, Section 100.22, regarding a revised freeway agreement with Caltrans and a variety of other things. And with this, I see that we have Mr. Tom Vonnegut, who's going to be doing the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Chair Adams and members of the board. Tom Vonnegut, Assistant Director of the Public Works, Facilities and Parks Department. So the item before you today is to consider a freeway agreement between the county and Caltrans for the State Highway Route 156 West Corridor project. As noted in the report, that project has 3 main components, which includes a future 4-lane highway south of the existing 2-lane highway between US 101 and Castroville Boulevard, a new interchange between Highway 156 and Castroville Boulevard on the west end, and a new interchange with US 101 on the east end. This freeway agreement is required under state law because the project ultimately will change access to some county roads. Therefore, we need to bring this to your board for approval. Your board actually did approve a freeway agreement for this project in November of 2021. However, after that time, Caltrans headquarters provided additional changes that they desired to the agreement. Staff has reviewed those with District 5, Caltrans staff and County Council, and determined, and those changes, by the way, are presented in Attachment C to your board report, so you and the public can see what those are, that those changes did not materially affect the requirements or intent of the agreement. They were really clarifications. And so nothing has changed since what was presented to you in November, except for the fact of these clarifications being added to this new agreement. Since the prior agreement you approved was never fully executed, it's the intent that if you are inclined to approve this agreement, it will completely replace in its entirety the prior agreement, as if that never happened. So with that, that concludes staff's presentation, and we recommend your approval of this agreement. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vonnegut. Is there any member of the board who wishes to have questions or make comments on this item?
Well, at least we started on what's needed, and we're about 90% through on the interchange at Castroville Boulevard, and this will connect it up. And this is the part we were talking about, explored at one time of a toll road there. at least we're getting started, hopefully, and get the interchange. The big expensive part of this is going to be the interchange down on the other end at 101. But this road isn't much different as it is now. When I was heading out of the Army in 1964, and we used to drive up there, and the road was about the same condition, only we didn't have all the traffic like we do and the people living in Oak Hills. So, I mean, this is critical, but it's a long process, but I appreciate your work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Any other member of the board who wishes to ask a question or make a comment? I'm seeing none. Is there any member of the public that wishes to weigh in on this item? I'm seeing no hands raised, so I will bring it back to the board for
Move approval.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Alejo.
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips.
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez.
Aye.
Supervisor Askew.
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. Thank you very much. With that, if I could please have everyone's attention, we will close this item number 15, or 13 rather, 15, whatever the heck it is, 13, and move to item number 14. We have quite a crowd coming up for this one. Item 14, and I would normally say that the referral is a desalination treatment facility, but I understand that there are two acceptable terms, so I always feel like I want to say it with the Southern accent, a desalinization treatment facility. So here we go, and I look forward to this presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Adams and members of the board. Rick Encarnacion, Bureau Chief, Environmental Health, County of Monterey. I'm here before you to present for consideration amending Monterey County Code Chapter 10.72 to remove the prohibition of private ownership or operation of a desalination facility. With me here is Mr. Eric Lundquist, Director of Housing and Community Development, and Mr. Roger Van Horn, one of the supervising environmental health specialists over the Drinking Water Protection Services Program. We are here today at the direction of the board to clarify ambiguous language in Chapter 10.72 of the Monterey County Code relating to ownership and operation of a desalination treatment facilities by a public entity, and to amend the language to remove this ambiguity and include private ownership and operation as an option. Therefore, it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors, A, set June 21, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. as the date and time to consider finding that an ordinance amending Chapter 10.72 of the Monterey County Code to remove the prohibition on private ownership or operation of a desalination facility would not have a significant effect on the environment, and consider adoption of a negative declaration. B, introduce, waive reading, and set June 21, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. as the date and time to consider adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 10.72 of the Monterey County Code to remove the prohibition on private ownership or operation of a desalination facility. And C, provide direction to staff as appropriate. Some background. Chapter 10.72 of the Monterey County Code addresses the construction, ownership, and operation of a desalination treatment facility. The applicable provisions of Chapter 10.72 relating to ownership and operation of a desalination treatment facilities by a public entity are ambiguous and subject to interpretation, and the language introduced an unintended ambiguity as to whether a private entity could own or operate a desalination facility. The ambiguity is that Section 10.72.010 does not restrict potential permittees to public entities. However, Section 10.72030B requires applicants for an operation permit to provide assurances that each facility will be owned and operated by a public entity. On March 20, 2018, the board referred the matter to staff, requesting that Chapter 10.72 of the Monterey County Code that regulates desalination facilities be modified to allow development of regional facilities through a public-private partnership, board referral number 2018.09, which has been updated to referral 2021.13. The language in Chapter 10.72 introduced an unintended ambiguity as to whether a private entity, again, could own or operate a desalination facility. Section 10.72010 does not restrict potential permittees to public entities. However, Section 10.72030B again requires applicants to provide assurances that each facility will be owned and operated by a public entity. On May 15th, 2018, staff presented to the board its findings and recommendations and requested from the board to amend Chapter 10.72 to clarify ambiguous language in the provisions of Chapter 10.72 relating to ownership and operation of desalination treatment facilities by a public entity. The board direction was to amend the language in Chapter 10.72 to remove this ambiguity and to include private ownership and operation as an option. As stated, I apologize, our board report went from 2018 to today, but the board referral, as we stated, from 2018 was updated into 2021.13. And all of the dates with the meetings and when we went and came back and reported to the board is in the board referral matrix, item 20. Potential effects. The proposed ordinance will make it possible for domestic and farm groundwater well owners to desalinate water produced from their wells for their own purposes, as well as making it possible for private capital rather than public debt to fund the construction of desalination facilities of all sizes and capacities. Removing the private ownership or operation prohibition in Chapter 10.72 will not eliminate the need for public or private interest to obtain the necessary permits under Chapter 10.72, nor eliminate requirements for land use permits under county zoning. Specific projects will thus be subject to rigorous environmental review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, as well as possible review and permitting by other state agencies such as the Public Utilities Commission, the Coastal Commission, and the State Water Resources Control Board, and even federal agencies. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Eric Lundquist to present the CEQA actions.
Thank you, Rick. I'm Eric Lundquist, Housing and Community Development Director. An ordinance is considered a project under the California Environmental Quality Act, and therefore Housing and Community Development, Monterey County is the lead agency to assess the environmental effects under CEQA. As a result, the Housing and Community Development Department prepared an initial study. That initial study considered whether amending Chapter 10.72 to allow private ownership or operation of a desalination facility would have a significant effect on the environment. The proposed revision of Section 10.72 would expand the type of operators that could be eligible for a desalination treatment facility operation permit. However, expanding upon the allowable types of operators to include private entities does not in and of itself result in an impact to the environment. The Public Resources Code Section 21060.5 defines the environment as the physical conditions that exist within the area which will be affected by the proposed project, including land, air, water, minerals, flora, fauna, noise, or objects of historic or aesthetic significance. A physical change to the environment would occur if a project alters the land through ground disturbance, results in admissions into air or water, uses or alters access to minerals, disrupts existing flora or fauna, generates noise or changes the circumstances related to objects of historic or aesthetic significance. The proposed revision to Monterey County's desalination treatment facility ordinance would not directly result in any construction or physical change in the environment, and as a result of these revisions is purely textual. Environmental impacts are not caused by a particular desalination project operator, but are rather caused by a particular desalination project itself. Any change to the location, design, or magnitude of future plants as a result of this ordinance revision would be speculative. Further, the project would not directly or indirectly allow or advance any specific desalination project within the county. Importantly, as Rick just mentioned, all future desalination projects in Monterey County would require a project-specific environmental analysis regardless of the type of operator. All future desalination projects would be required to apply for a desal treatment facility operator's permit as outlined in Monterey County Code Chapter 10.72030, which requires discretionary approval from the County of Monterey. That discretionary approval would be subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. Determining the impacts of a significant desalination project is outside of the scope of the initial study, but also too speculative, as I just mentioned, to be considered under CEQA. Pursuant to Section 15145 of the CEQA guidelines, if the lead agency determines that impacts are too speculative for evaluation, discussion of impacts should be terminated. There are no active applications for desalination treatment facility operation permits in Monterey County at the moment. In addition, the location, design, and other details of future desalination projects are unknown, and as such, potential environmental impacts may not be evaluated. Therefore, any future desal projects are too speculative, again, to consider at this time and will not be discussed further under this project scope. As a result, staff has found that there's no significant environmental effects from this ordinance, and the ordinance will be found will not have the potential to significantly degrade the quality of the environment, will have no significant impact on long-term environmental goals, will have no significant cumulative effect on the environment, and will not cause substantial adverse effects on human beings, either directly or indirectly. Therefore, staff finds that there are no mitigation requires and is recommending the adoption of a negative declaration, which was circulated for public review March 7th through April 6th, 2020. Next slide, please. As a result of the circulation of the initial study and draft negative declaration, the county received 2 public comments. County received comments from the Ag Land Trust and from Ms. Cooper Knoll. If I may characterize their comments, the comments centered around the requirement for environmental impact report. The commenter incorrectly states that private desalination plants would be allowed unfettered and without appropriate environmental review as a result of this revision to the ordinance. The proposed ordinance modifications would allow both public and private ownership of desalination plants. However, the project would not modify the existing permits and approvals required for the construction and operation of a desal plant within the county. The county's current practices include a review of the project applications through a discretionary project, and those projects are therefore subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. This process to amend the ordinance will not modify that process. The commenters also assert that the project would impact the aquifers at the 180 and 400 foot level, which extends offshore and is partially located underneath the Monterey Bay. The commenter summarized relevant California case law regarding the ownership and the use of potential groundwater rights, and claims that the project would result in saltwater contamination of the 180, 400 foot aquifer. The commenter asserts that this issue must be addressed in an EIR. However, no modification to the existing ownership or water rights are changing as a result of this ordinance revision. Therefore, the project would not result in impacts to our groundwater extraction from the 180 and 400 foot aquifer, and an EIR is not required. After the close of the public comment period, We did receive some other letters from the public. We received one letter from EMC Planning addressing some of the history and commenting on the Ag Land Trust letter. We also received a clarifying comment from Mr. Aaron Johnson, president of the Ag Land Trust, clarifying some of their original points contained in their letter that I just mentioned. We also received a letter of support from the Salinas Valley Water Coalition. We also received a clarifying letter from Walker and Reed, providing a little bit of history on the creation of the ordinance originally and how it was created as a means to stop a project in Sand City. We also received a comment letter from Miss Susan Schiavone, a Seaside resident, indicating her concern with the ordinance. As I mentioned, all of these letters either asking for clarification, whether an EIR is required or not, those were responded to in a response for comments. As a result of that response, we found that there is no need to revise the environmental documentation that was prepared. And as a result, find that it's still consistent with the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines and does not warrant recirculation. The two remaining points on the slide there are just repeats of indications that I've already provided. The future desalination facilities will be subject to a project level review under CEQA, and that this ordinance revision, which is considered a project, does not trigger an Environmental Quality Act. In the initial study that has been prepared and the draft negative declaration supports that point. With that said, I'll turn it back over to Rick for the conclusion.
Thank you, Eric. Board, again, it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors set June 21, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. as the date and time to consider finding that an ordinance amending chapter 10.72 of the Monterey County Code to remove the prohibition on private ownership or operation of a desalination facility would not have a significant effect on the environment and consider adoption of a negative declaration. B, introduce, waive reading, and set June 21st, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. as the date and time to consider adoption of an ordinance amending chapter 10.72 of the Monterey County Code to remove the prohibition on private ownership or operation of a desalination facility. And C, provide direction to staff as appropriate. With that, we are prepared for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Encarnacion. I'll start with my colleague at the end.
Yeah, I have a few questions and I'll reserve my comments for after the public, but have you been able to find any other county in the state that has such a prohibition of a private company building a desal project?
Supervisor, that would be no.
Okay, and I know there is one in San Diego, obviously, the Poseidon on. And just for the record, since this was passed in 1989, has any public agency stepped up in our county to build a desal project?
Supervisor, to my knowledge, that would be no also.
And as it's drafted now, when we consider desal project, would that include a brackish treatment facility that's treating partially saltwater in it?
Supervisor, I think a desalination facility would be the removal of salt ions from salt water. So with respects to the Environmental Health Bureau and our scope of duty, it would be a review of water treatment for water systems.
Okay, well, a concern was raised that in North County, for example, a farmer who has a well that's contaminated with salt water that wanted to treat his own well, which is brackish water. Would he be able to do that under the present ordinance, in your opinion, or would he have to bring in some public agency to help monitor and create and maintain the well?
Right. If the actions of the private owner were to be considered developing their own desalination plant. Under the current ordinance, that would be no.
Thank you. I have some comments, but I'll reserve those. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but could you repeat the answer to that last question about the individual person?
Yes, Supervisor. If
This ordinance would, as it stands now, would allow or disallow?
it would not allow the ownership of a private person or entity to own a desalination plant.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Mr. Lopez, do you have any questions at this point? Okay, and I will look to see if Mr. Alejo has any questions at this point. I'm hearing nothing, so my expectation means that no. And how about Ms. Root Askew? Do you have any questions at this point?
I do have some questions. Thank you. So I've tried to organize my questions into some different categories, and I'll just roll through them one at a time if that's okay. But we did hear this morning from a resident of San Lucas where the community water supply is contaminated, leaving hundreds of residents without access to potable, safe drinking water into their homes. And so I'm just trying to understand what impact allowing private property owners to have wellhead desal at the wellhead, what impact that would have on the work that we're doing with our groundwater sustainability assessment, and how would that impact proposed solutions that are being considered on a broader scale when we start allowing for additional brackish water to be pulled out of the aquifers?
Supervisor, this is Rick Encarnacion again. So the proposed change, if we do not change the ordinance with respect to your questions, it all but just limits our options to provide more options to gain potable water sources. Does that answer your question?
I guess I'm just asking that so the solutions that are being assessed currently are coordinated regional solutions, and this change to this ordinance would open the door to a number of individual private property owners to begin pulling water, brackish water, out of the aquifer. How does that impact the regional solutions that we've been working for years to develop?
If I may, Chair, Supervisor, I think if I understand your question correctly, an individual project will be assessed for its impact on the environment, including its impact on the ability to get to sustainability under the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. So I think it'd be very speculative to try to say what impact ownership of a facility will have on the ability to implement regional needs. I think that's a broader question, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. So I'll move on to the next question. Some of the seawater intrusion that we're experiencing on is actually due to the wells and the seepage of water from one level down to the next. And we're spending significant money to seal up wells because they allow for that upper water to seep down. Does this change to our ordinance does it run counter to the efforts that we're doing to actually have less wells and seal up old wells?
Chair, I'll take another stab at it. Supervisor, I think my response to that inquiry would be very similar to my response to the last inquiry. How a particular project, a particularly designed project, will impact migration of seawater from one aquifer to another will depend on the specific design. For example, if you have wells that, I'm not sure this would ever get approved by the Coastal Commission, but if you had a deep water intake, for example, you're not going to be impacting the aquifers to a great extent. So to respond to the question that you've posed, I think needs to have a specifically designed project to understand how they propose to draw the salinated water and treat it. Again, that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. And I think some of these questions, I think they're just relevant to our larger conversation about water and water solutions. So I feel like they need to be things that we're considering. My next question goes to the question of permitting. And so the staff report says that removing the private ownership prohibition in chapter 10.72 will not eliminate the need for private interests to obtain the necessary permits under chapter 10.72. However, when you read chapter 10.72, it does not have any reference to or requirements to evaluate the impact of the overall impact on our groundwater basin or adjacent wells as a result of adding a private desal. What requirements are in place, or what permits would be in place for a private property owner to install a desal at their wellhead?
Do you want?
Supervisor Askew, I believe your comment is directed at a project level environmental analysis. So what if it's a discretionary project, which it would be subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, and we would conduct first an initial study to determine where those impacts are in the level of significance. And if they're found to be significant, then we apply mitigation if feasible. If that mitigation is not feasible and those impacts are significant and unavoidable, an environmental impact report is then prepared. So that would be the process for evaluating those project level reviews. And as County Council pointed out, we would review those based on the design and the project description that is provided to us at the time of application. And all of those project details would be evaluated based on the various topic areas that the CEQA guidelines provide us.
And
okay, so just to be clear, yeah, go ahead.
This is Kelly Donlin from the County Council's office. I would also add, as far as potential permits, they'd require a permit under Chapter 1072. A potential permit could be required under Chapter 1508, which concerns wells. And then there could be additional requirements through our zoning code. And those are just county approvals. There could be various other state approvals that would be necessary. An environmental review would be a part of all of those approvals for a specific project.
Thank you, Kelly. That's really helpful. So just to be really clear, so what we're saying is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there is no by right allowance for domestic or agricultural wellhead desalinization treatment that exists within our code. And changing this ordinance would not allow for a by right allowance for domestic or agricultural desal at the wellhead.
No, additional permits would be necessary, and along with that, environmental review for that project.
Okay, so so that gets us to sort of the conversation about CEQA. Thank you for that clarification, Kelly. And I think the staff report that was brought forward, I just wanted to clarify the timeline that we're talking about in regards to these two referrals as they relate to the proposal by a private developer to develop a commercial privately owned desal facility. The staff report in our packet only references board meetings that were happening, conversations that happened in 2018. However, when I joined the board in 2021, there was a very specific proposal that was brought forward, which then was followed by a board referral the Board of Supervisors reviewed on August 31st, 2021. We had additional reports back to the board on September 21st, 2021, and the item returned to the board for further discussion on October 12th, 2021. So those dates weren't referenced in the staff report, but I do think that they're relevant in terms of the timelines that we're talking about and need to be clearly stated for the record. I think that, I appreciate, given the realities that this has brought forward, I appreciate the nuance of moving forward with a negative declaration. However, it's clear to me from where I sit and what I've seen and the conversations I'm aware of, that we all know that the reasons that we're updating this ordinance are because there was a proposal from a private developer that requested this ordinance to be changed in early 2021. And regardless of my personal feelings about well ownership or desal or allowing, individual property owners the ability to conduct desalination of groundwater that they have access to, what we're really being asked today is a question of CEQA and CEQA law. And given my understanding that this referral was brought to us in direct response to plans for a very specifically proposed facility that was circulated locally, as I understand it, possibly even reviewed by county staff, I can't in good conscience vote to accept the negative deck of environmental impact and to amend the ordinance because as I understand it, there was a specific project under discussion. So I won't be able to support this request today to change the ordinance. And I do think that there's a bigger conversation about how we ensure that all residents in our county have access to safe drinking water in their homes and for their economic benefit. I don't feel confident that this particular path of events is the right, allows me to be supportive of a negative deck at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. So now I'm going to go out to the public, and I see that Tammy Jennings has her hand raised. If you would like to make your comments, you can do so now. I'm sorry. Okay, so we have Tammy Jennings. And
Yes, can you hear me?
yes. I
Can you hear me?
just fine? Yes, we can hear you just fine. Thank you.
Okay, great. My comment is that bottom line, I don't think any private company has basically has the right to own our water and air, and is a human right and necessity, and no one should be able to be making a profit. So I'm not against desal. I think desal in the future, if it is environmentally okayed, should be approved, but it should be a public entity owning it and operating it, not a privately owned company. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Next, we have a telephone and the numbers that end in 392. If you would like to start your comments, and please state your name. That is a telephone. It's an 831 number, and the last three numbers are 392. And you can press *6 to unmute yourself if you are on the phone. If not, you can hit the unmute button on your computer.
Hello.
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 Yes. Yes. Hello.
Yes, my name is Anna Thompson, Carmel. I strongly believe that no for-profit corporation should ever be allowed to own or manage an essential resource or infrastructure like water supply and delivery systems. A corporation's interests conflict with our public interests. A corporation's primary objective is to maximize returns for its shareholders. The ratepayers are required to assume all costs and risks. Water is not a commodity, it's a life necessity. Why should we let a corporation control and profit from our water? Water desalination is a very expensive and energy-intensive process, and it should only be considered as the last resort. I have nothing against the desalination itself, but we always have to make sure that we are using less costly, less risky, and more environmentally friendly sources of water. After that, then if still a desalination plant is needed, it should be community owned and managed by public agency. And because of the great amount of energy that is needed to operate a desal plant, only renewable energy should be used. We definitely don't want to generate tons of greenhouse gas emissions every year and exacerbate our climate crisis, which is the very thing that we are in a drought and we don't have enough water is because of all of the greenhouse emissions that human beings have been putting out in the air. So I'm against changing the to amend the county chapter 1072, and please do not allow a corporation to have control of our water system. We need to be able to cooperate and collaborate all our districts together, and whatever is done in one place, it should not be affecting detrimentally, negatively the other places. Thank you for
Ms.
listening.
Thompson.
And
Yes, thank you very much. And I am actually, I know we have other hands that are raised, but I'd like to go to the chambers because we have someone standing at the podium waiting to make her comments. And if you could state your name, please, you'll have 2 minutes to make your comments.
Thank you. Is that me?
Yes, that's you.
Okay. My name is Levon Stone. I'm the Executive Director of the Fort Ord Environmental Justice Network. And I would like to request a copy of the document. I don't recall seeing it for our organization. I'm also a public representative, and we work to include a balance in our community to get information out to those low-income members or those who have no knowledge of what is happening in their community. So I would appreciate it if I could get a copy of that document. If you need my address on where to send it, I would give it to you at this time.
I think we've just had Mr. Lundquist, who is.
Thank you so very much. I would like to comment on that and have others to comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here today. And next we will have Norm Groot.
Thank you, Chair Adams and Supervisors. Norm Groot for Farm Bureau Monterey. And we did submit a letter in support of the amendment to the ordinance allowing for private ownership of desal facilities. This is not in support of any particular project or facility at this point. There's nothing proposed. There's no permits that have been applied for. This is to move forward with any and all possible facilities to generate water in our county. We have a sustainable groundwater management implementation process that we're going to be going through for the next 20 years, and we need to look at all possible solutions to generate water, and that includes solving our seawater intrusion problem. And right now, we don't have any public agencies that are rushing to do this, nor do I think that they're really willing to risk the capital, the public capital, to go through a permitting process, seeing what we just saw happen in Huntington Beach and others around the state. So I think it's extremely important that we get off this dime, so to speak, and move forward and allow any and all to move forward. And to address some of the comments that are made here for those who are saying they support desalination, why are you not supporting something that would desalinate water and sell it to us so that we have a sustainable drinking water supply? And that goes also for Supervisor Askew, who says she supports desalination, but at this point can't support this. Why are we not looking at all solutions? We need to move forward at this point. And if it comes from the private sector, let them take the risk, let them make the investment, and let them go through the CEQA process, just like everybody else. So we urge your support in making this amendment possible today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Groot.
Good afternoon, Chair. Members of the board, my name is Mark Kelly. I'm a resident of Monterey County. I'm here today to offer my support for private desalination as a viable and critical option for a future water supply. On March the 25th of this year, the National Marine Fisheries Service sent a letter to your Water Resource Agency Executive Director, General Manager. The letter advised that ongoing take of California coastal steelhead may be occurring. The letter also advised, and I will read from the letter, The current flow prescriptions have provided limited benefits to steelhead, in part due to the number of dry and dry normal years since 2010. And because the vast majority of the natural runoff into the reservoirs is stored by the Water Resources Agency for spring and summer releases for agriculture, instead of being released in the winter bypassed at natural flows for steelhead. However, the agriculture is the economic backbone of our county. Over the next couple of years, the county NIMS Fish and Wildlife Service will continue to develop a habitat conservation plan. Certainly at the plan's core will be availability of water in the Salinas River system for threatened steelhead trout. The option for private ownership or operation of a desalination plant could I offer, have a significant and positive effect on our environment. For our economic and environmental security, we need all options available in our water resources toolbox. And thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Is there anyone else in chambers that wishes to speak? Seeing none, I will go back to our online comments. And I see that we have Marley with her hand up, and you have 2 minutes, Ms. Melton.
Yes, this is Marley Melton from Carmel Valley. And I would like to thank everyone for all the work that's gone into considering this. But please remember that publicly owned agencies operate entirely within the law and in consideration of the interest of the entire public. Changing the ordinance will allow private corporations to operate within the law, and they may have to satisfy environmental concerns for their immediate area. But I think that would potentially forestall a regional solution that we all need. Excuse me. So, and I think that would be quite regrettable. Also, the permit process may not address environmental justice concerns. So the Board of Supervisors really needs to think through exactly what kind of solutions will be best for our entire county. And I hope you will certainly consider environmental justice and regional needs, and be aware of the fact that corporations will operate primarily to maximize profits for shareholders and management, even though they must operate within certain limits of the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Melton. And next we have Stacy Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Stacy Taylor. I'm the Water Policy Manager for Mesa Water District. We're in Southern California. We would have benefited greatly from the desalination project that had been proposed for Huntington Beach, which we are and have remained a supporter. We want to echo the comments made by Mr. Groot in support of the ability to consider even a public-private partnership, which has been a very successful model. For instance, Carlsbad desal plant in San Diego. And I've heard mentioned that the public sector is required to obey laws. Well, it's the same with the private sector in this state. This state has the most stringent environmental requirements, regulatory requirements for permitting, and a private sector company must also comply with the law. In conclusion, we would like to see this item come forward for further discussion at your next meeting on the 21st of this month. And I appreciate the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Next, we have Brian McCarthy.
Board, happy Pride and happy Election Day. At the age of 22, I paid my first utility bill to Novec, a type of large, nonprofit, quasi-private ownership utility company owned and controlled by its customer owners. I paid my last bill to Novec 4 years later before shipping off to Iraq. To this day, over 20 years later, I still receive capital reimbursement checks from Novec as a previous customer owner. These checks come because despite only being a customer for 4 years, the companies run efficiently with a deep focus on customer owners. I share this story with you to say I'm not inherently against private ownership, but private ownership can mean different things and have different outcomes. Yesterday's Herald states that the focus of county staff and its submitted documents is that allowing private ownership would help growers to construct small desal equipment on their wellheads to clean out brackish water, resulting from seawater intrusion. My understanding is the data shows that these agriculture users have historically been the biggest extractors of groundwater, thus being the biggest contributor to groundwater contamination and environmental impacts. Why anyone would want to support a paradigm where we encourage users to exacerbate that problem is confusing to me. I was horrified to hear the comments by Ms. Lopez earlier today in San Lucas, a community forced to use bottled water for over 10 years now due to nitrates in water, a problem often caused by nitrogen from farm fertilizer runoff. For these reasons and others we have heard today, I support the comments from Agland Trust and urge supervisors not to support this neg deck. Supporting this neg deck and amendment appear to be wrong, bad for our communities, and bad for the preservation of safe drinking water for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Next, I'm going to have to go backwards. I missed a hand, and that is a telephone ending in 312.
Oh, good afternoon, distinguished supervisors. My name is Margaret Ann Coppernall. I just want to present my own opinions here. The law and CEQA in California are very clear. A full EIR is requested at the earliest possible time that a prospective project has been identified. Supervisor Phillips publicly identified the project, Liberty Water from Canada, and that fact is clear. Attachment F response clearly infers a potential project exists and was discussed. There is no permit application in process because there is a private company requesting that this ordinance be revised in order that they can proceed with a permit. And so that, in my opinion, is not a good thing going on here. A full EIR is required to be prepared before the ordinance can be amended based on this. And briefly, your response, staff response to my subject comments at attachment F contain two untrue statements. First, the project will inflict significant impacts on groundwater. The project proposes to extract daily massive amounts of brackish water. Brackish water is legally defined as groundwater that is seawater intruded. These extractions will dangerously lower groundwater levels, thereby increasing, not diminishing, seawater intrusion and breaches in the natural boundary between land and sea. Second, it is also untrue that the project will have no environmental impact. Quite the opposite is true. Senior landowners with overlying water rights have not even been consulted. Stating there is a project pros going for it provides proof that you do consider there is a potential project on the table. Therefore, it does require a full EIR. To disregard the public, we the people, is to disregard the Constitution. The Board of Supervisors is elected to represent the public good.
Ms. Coppernall,
I strongly
thank you
urge
so
you
much.
to
And your time has elapsed. Thank you. Now we will go to Joe Desmond.
Thank you, supervisors and staff, for your recommendation. My name is Joe Desmond, speaking on behalf of Sustainable Agriculture and Energy as its executive director. We need to look at all possible options to solve our water crisis today and the more extreme version that will occur in our future. In reference to Supervisor Phillips' question, no public agencies have moved forward in 30 years to use the desal option or solution. As staff said in response to Supervisor Askew's comments, choosing to not move forward with rescinding this ordinance means further limiting our options to create solutions for potable water supply and for basin recovery. Staff also clarified that rescinding this ordinance doesn't simply allow private companies to immediately build plants. They are still required to go through the judicious approval and permitting process locally and at the state level and likely at the federal. I would even offer that desalination plants can improve our saltwater intrusion challenges in our basin as outlined by the Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project. I would also like to echo the comments made by Norm Groot and Mark Kelly and reiterate rescinding this ordinance is not being considered with any particular project in mind. I'd ask that you move forward with the meeting on the June 21st and support rescinding this ordinance. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Desmond. And now we will go to George Fontes. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead. I will go to George Fontes. I'm sorry, I have some dancing names here. I'm going to George Fontes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Fontes.
Yeah, this is George Fontes, President of the Salinas Basin Water Alliance. We also submitted a letter of support, staff's support, to move forward with this action. Our members own or farm over 80,000 acres in the Salinas Valley of irrigated lands. And we need solutions, desperately need solutions for water. And this could open up the opportunity to solve some of our desal problem, our seawater intrusion problems. So, thank you. I appreciate the time. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Fontes. And now we will go to Gary Curcio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the time. Gary Curcio, Government Affairs Chair, Director for Monterey County Hospitality Association. First of all, whether this is moved forward or not will have little to no effect on our problems on the Monterey Peninsula, and that's not why I'm speaking. I'm speaking here today to support our friends in agriculture, our partners. And I have a question for those who seem so worried about this. If in fact you really do support desal, why would you be so adamant about eliminating any options that are on the table? As many have said, we need all the water we can find. And why would we limit ourselves in that search? So with that said, I would really ask that the board move this forward at your next meeting and please rescind this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curcio. And now we will go to Mary Grace Perry. If you would like to press *6 to unmute yourself. Or you could press unmute on your phone, on your computer if you're on Zoom. So Ms. Perry, I hope that you can hear me. And again, if you could press *6 to unmute yourself. Or you can unmute yourself. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I know I was trying to figure it out because I know that she is on county council staff. So perhaps she was so thrilled about paying attention to us. She was listening and just couldn't even bring herself to speak. So thank you, Ms. Perry. If you're out there and you want to say something, please know we always welcome any employee from Monterey County, but especially those in the county council's office. And now I will go back to the panelists, and it appears as if we have a hand raised. And that is Kate Daniels, who has her hand up. Ms. Daniels?
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. I was trying to join as an attendee, and I'm not sure why it put me as a panelist, and I will jump off right when I'm done making this comment. I have one question that I know can't be answered as a member of the public, but I'm just going to put it out there because it was triggered by something that was said earlier that I find really confusing, and I'm trying to understand better how it is as a private well owner. If I find that I have salination in my water, I would not be able to desalt my own well under the current ordinance. And I hope that that's explained further. If I'm a private well owner and I have contaminants such as nitrates in my water, I would be required to clean it. And so I just want to understand better the comment that was made by Mr. Encarnacion and I believe Mr. Lundquist, that private well owners, as per the ordinance as it's currently stated, are unable to desalt their wells. I don't think of that as a desalination facility. So as a member of the public, it would be wonderful if that could be elaborated upon further at some point in this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Daniels. Is there a response to that?
I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Roger Van Horn, supervises our well program.
Yeah, Chair and supervisors, a single family, they could put a desal plant for themselves for just a single connection. That would come under just if you have arsenic problem or nitrate, you can treat for a single connection.
So I'm not so sure that was the answer that we received before. I thought we were hearing that if, someone, in the farming industry, as an example, had a well and wanted to treat it at the wellhead, that person was going to have to get have an EIR done and the same kinds of oversight that would be for a company.
Yeah, that would be for a large type of system. But my understanding of this question would be just for a single connection, which would be for an individual dwelling.
Is there size that's just, you said a single, so like a single family or a single company?
A single connection would be probably
Just
no
one-
more than one
One well, one
dwelling,
house.
and no more than 3 gallons a minute.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. I hope that answers your question, Ms. Daniels.
Through the chair, this is Kelly Donlin. I'll also add that chapter 1072 contains a definition of desalination treatment facility, and that is, which is defined as a facility which removes or reduces salts from water to a level that meets drinking water standards and/or for irrigation purposes. So that definition is very broad, and it would lead me to believe that despite what Mr. Van Horn said, if a single well was desalinating water, they would need to obtain a permit under this chapter. I think what Mr. Van Horn was referring to was other treatment on arsenic, nitrates, other chemicals in the water.
I see. Okay. But, okay, thank you for that. Thank you. I appreciate that, Kelly. I see we have a hand, and it is Rem Scherzinger. If you would like to unmute yourself. There we go. And you have 2 minutes to make your comments, Mr. Scherzinger. Are you ready? Okay, Rem, I see your hand is raised and it looks as if you're unmuted, but unfortunately we aren't hearing you here. I'm really sorry. I'm hoping that we could have your comments. I would appreciate those. I'm wondering if you want to try reconnecting, or if you are on your computer, if you want to try calling in. Okay, I'm so sorry, but it doesn't appear as if we're able to hear you. All right. And let's just see if he's going to come back in another form. In the meantime, is there anyone else in the room that wishes to speak today? Okay, seeing none, I am going to bring it back to the board, and if Mr. Scherzinger is able to get on, we will allow him to come forward. We have now Jan Schreiner has her hand up, and if you'd like to make your comments, Ms. Schreiner, please feel free to do so.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board. I believe the general manager of Marina Coast Water District, Rem Scherzinger, and myself have been in contact. And as the president of the board, I'm actually concerned about what's being said, but I've not been provided authorization from the board to speak on our behalf. So I was hoping that Mr. Scherzinger would get a chance. The comments that I was concerned about are around the difficulties that some of the public entities have had with desalination in the past. And Marina Coast Water District was among the first to install and have permitted a small desalination project with direct intake from the sanctuary as well as discharge. And that is no longer operational. It needs quite a bit of repair. Actually, it was quite expensive to attempt to run. And I believe the people who designed it may have underestimated the amount of coastal erosion that we had 20 years ago, and I believe will continue into the future. Also, Sand City is currently operating a desalination project in a public-private operation. So I just want to point out that there have been some attempts and that some of the public projects that are working quite well come to mind are the Pure Water Monterey project, the Recycled Water project, and the public agencies have collaborated really extremely well on that project. So it is possible to stay public and nonprofit to provide safe drinking water without the additional profit that our private aspect is provided through guarantees by the CPUC. 10% profit or 10% return on rate of investment is quite a high piece for our community to pay. So please keep it public. Thank you for your time and effort today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schreiner. I do not see any other hands up. So I will now bring it back to the board. Would you?
Well, I'm going to take a minute in discussing this because I think this will be my most significant vote I've made in the 8 years I've been on this board. And I have a regret that I didn't keep pushing this in 2018 when we kind of let it drop. I mean, at that time, someone thought they could do a project in Moss Landing, and then when they read the tea leaves from the Coastal Commission, they kind of let it drop, and so we didn't follow through on it either. But that should have been. And I really question whether this is legal to begin with, saying you can't have a private entity coming in and building something like this. So but I do regret that I let that fall. But yeah, I was approached by some people that were interested possibly in a brackish water treatment facility, but they weren't going to look about going any further. Everybody always knew that the place you probably always should have a desalination facilities in Moss Landing in North County. And that was originally considered. And then with the problems, when they ran into it, they looked at other places. And I think that's the place that we need a regional facility. And I'm not talking about just for North County, but a regional facility. And so when I started looking at this, I didn't know what brackish water facilities were. And my office pulled out where they are. There's quite a few around in the state that we weren't aware of, and we started analyzing it. And it has some real interest it did to us, and I'm not locked into any company. I think if we get through this, and we get a commitment from the various entities and cities that need water, and we say, hey, look, come and we want you to come in and build a facility and provide water for us and build a facility for us in Monterey County. I think we ought to go out and solicit anybody and probably bring in the professionals that everybody talked about from Israelis to come in and build a facility for us. And I don't think it ought to be just for North County. I think we ought to build it big enough where we can provide it for the other ones that I'll talk about in a minute. But the thing that interested me in brackish water so much was, one, you get out from under the auspices and maybe can do it and keep it out of the hands of the Coastal Commission. That seems, even when our governor is telling us, you see down at Huntington Beach, the governor's telling, he's got 4 appointees on there and say it's time that we all recognize that we have to look at desal, and they're not doing it. So brackish water is off the coast some. In some ways, it would help saltwater intrusion because it's taking the salt water out before it gets further into the aquifer. So it has that advantage. And it has the other advantage of cost if you can get a brackish water, because you can treat it cheaper than you can because it's 50 or 40% salt versus 100% salt. And some of the ones that we studied, they've been able to lower the cost on it. And they talk about what a public entity can do on cost. Pure Water Monterey, I'm on that board. Pure Water Monterey we started off saying, well, it's only going to cost us $1,600 an acre foot. What are we at now? $2,900 an acre foot, and it's probably going to be $3,000 before we're through. And what did we do? We borrowed money. We borrowed money. We're $110,000, $110 million we took, and we went out in debt that our ratepayers are paying for, and the people buying the water are paying for. But it's not cheap. And in North County, and I appreciate what our chair did. She said, we have to look at regional solutions. And I really appreciate her doing that. And the first place she looked at was North County, because we're, besides what's occurring over in the peninsula, but I mean, outside of that, the real urgency is in North County. In North County, we got people in Springfield Terrace out there off of Jensen Road who are on bottled water because our water situation is so bad. We've been told by the staff of the Coastal Commission, even though the state's telling us we have to build ADUs, you have to do accessory dwelling units. And what does the staff of the Coastal Commission say? No, forget about affordable housing. They're saying you can't even build an ADU, even though the state's telling you, because you don't have adequate water supply. Castroville, we're hurting bad. We were going to get 1,000 acre feet from the Cal-Am project and was going to be transferred it over. That didn't happen, and doing it. And like I said, affordable housing is the critical thing. So I think this is an ideal if we can get some company that when we come out, and I think it ought to be a regional approach. I just look at, Castroville, we need 1,000 with some other going on. We probably need 1,500 acre feet. Pajaro Sunny Mesa, I know, is interested in needing the water, and Pajaro Sunny Mesa needs probably 1,500, maybe 2,000 acre feet. we've reached out, and I think some people have reached out to the city of Salinas. I mean, they are concerned about water there. So what maybe Cal Water needs 10,000 acre feet, Alco 5,000 acre feet, Prunedale. I mean, they're telling us we can't build in the Prunedale area because of some of our water shortage. And I don't know how long we can go in Prunedale and not have a regional water solution. Where I have 11 people on my well, someone else has 2, someone else has 36. I mean, Luke Halkegno looked about some time ago. It fell apart, but trying to put a regional water system together in Prunedale. And especially if you're building the plant in Moss Landing, you can come right out Dolan Road and start picking up the water solutions. And Marina, I mean, despite what some of the people from Marina said, Marina needs it as much as anybody, since they're pumping into the deep aquifer, and they're right next to Ramco where they're pumping into the deep. So I think this is an ideal opportunity if we can get a private company to come in and invest and make a commitment. If you can provide us water at X amount, whether it's $1,800, $2,000 an acre foot, we'll have this commitment that we'll buy your water at the price. But I think the idea of saying only a public agency can do this, we've seen where this has got us. And so as I mentioned, I think this is the most important. I think it can be a huge regional project, and it may not be brackish water. I mean, as I was talking to some of the comments made by the Coastal Commission when they denied the Huntington Beach, they were talking more about they possibly might consider a slant well type of project on it. But from what I've seen and what I've read, the idea of a brackish water facility and have the treatment facility at Moss Landing and then providing it to the other regional areas. And so I think we all have to come together, as our chair mentioned, and try to find reasonable approaches. And I think this is the one that would take the pressure off us and a dire need in North County. But I'm not looking just at North County. I think we got to look at broader than North County. Otherwise, we have a little plant. Like I said, Pure Water Monterey is 3,500 acre. If a place really could create and crank out 32,000 acre feet a year, I mean, we would have enough water for all the residentials within 10 to 15 miles. So I strongly support this, and I thank my colleagues for their support of it.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. I'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm also in support of this effort, and my reasons are I ran to bring positive change. I ran to bring solutions. And I agree with Supervisor Phillips that long run, this might be one of the most decisive and important votes that we ever take, because it creates solutions for challenges that don't just exist today, but are bearing down on us over time. We're in a drought again, and those droughts create real problems for us. A little dismayed, a lot of folks talking about San Lucas today, and it's pretty clear from the comments they don't fully understand what we've been dealing with there for a decade. San Lucas is an interesting case where the aquifer really isn't any deeper than 70 feet, and we've been sent on a wild goose chase several times by the state. And I'll reiterate that it is not a county water district. It is a local special district that we have assisted for a decade to try to bring solutions. And yet the goalposts keep moving from the state level, not unlike what we've seen with the Coastal Commission and some of those groups that have continued to move the goalposts and pull the rug out from under good projects. And I think where we sit today is we have an opportunity to allow for new partners at the table. And some of them don't want to partner with us. And I hear that, well, there's the government always follows the rules. I'll remind folks that often the government, especially the state, exempts itself from those own rules, like overtime. It's just, I just don't believe that personally, that piece right there, because I've seen the opposite so many times. And so when we're looking at this opportunity that lies before us, I appreciate the public input. I thank everybody for coming forward. But the most important piece that I continue to hear, and again, with respect for the county council's office, is we're not looking at an individual project. We're looking at a policy. And the fact that we keep talking about projects, that's not where we are. Those projects will come forward. They will have their day in this room and many other rooms where we'll get that opportunity to ask the really tough questions based on individual concepts. Today's not that day. Today is the day where we say, let's open the door and let some more people come to the table who might bring solutions and capital to make that happen. Now, the need, I hear a lot about the peninsula. It's not just on the peninsula. And to be frank, we might build something and the water never goes there because there's so much need on this side of the hill at this point. And I appreciate the idea of regional, and I hope that someday we can get there. But we just had a discussion in the last 2 weeks about additional housing on Fort Ord and trying to permanently set aside the restrictions so that there would be no more housing there in the future. Today we heard we need housing. It's, to me, to say we have a solution, an opportunity in front of us, and we're going to slam that door just as we tried to slam the door a few weeks ago is just disingenuous. And I need to believe that we're working towards solutions and inviting more people to the table, additional partners with concepts and different funding streams and opportunities is how we get there. We have to show that we are willing and able to make tough decisions. And this is one of those. For those reasons, I'm supporting this effort because I believe that long-term, it needs to be part of our overall portfolio, not just for the peninsula, but also for the Salinas Valley. And I know that costs will continue to go up. I've read the documents from when the dams were built, and there were people who pushed back then and said, well, the costs will keep coming and it's going to be the most expensive water. Well, now everybody wants that water because it's the cheapest water. These are the real challenges that we have an opportunity to be part of the solution for today. And so that's why I'll be casting my vote to go ahead and repeal this portion of the ordinance and hope that we can bring that back in the appropriate time to make that decision permanent. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. And I will see if Supervisor Root Askew is with us still.
I'm still here.
Good. Okay. I think we'll go to you and then we'll go to Supervisor Alejo and then I'll make my comments.
Yeah, I don't know that I have any additional comments beyond what I already stated. And you know, I hear you, Supervisor Lopez. Like, I think that we all ran for election because we want to be a part of solution, be a part of the solution and multiple solutions and opening the door for creative solutions. I'm right there with y'all. However, given the question that's before us in regards to this as a CEQA issue, you know, just because we take action doesn't mean that it's the right action at the right time, because all of these things have to line up in order for a solution to be viable. So my comments from earlier stand, and I will just reiterate that I will continue to invest in working to find appropriate ways to move forward so that we have the water that we need for our economic growth, the water that we need for our housing, and the water that we need so that, you know, everyone can turn their tap on and have safe drinking water that comes out, not just for today, but into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Root Askew, and I'll go to Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Alejo, I think you need to unmute yourself.
I'm passing.
This is your opportunity to speak.
I'm passing on my comments.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I will make my own comments then, and then we will close. And I'm sorry that you chose not to speak. This proposed ordinance change just puts me in a really very difficult position, as I'm sure all of you can appreciate. I want to be clear up front that I believe that desalination is absolutely needed to meet our county's water supply need. There's no question about it. Desal is without question in the long range future for water in California. I don't want to be an obstacle in moving toward that future. At the same time, a majority of the residents in District 5 have demonstrated support for public ownership of any of our water systems. And we, over in the peninsula, we have not had a good experience with our water system being owned and operated by a private entity. And I can tell you that as I listen to Marley and Brian and Margaret Ann and Anna, you know, these are people who have been at the forefront of ensuring that we stay true to the approach that we have taken. I think that water, our most precious resource, should not be used for profiteering, and that's what we're facing over on the peninsula. I also believe that public oversight and that controls over utility costs should be managed by experienced public entities. I get ongoing complaints about all of the monopolies that we have to deal with, whether it's Cal-Am or PG&E or AT&T or Waste Management. But the CPUC, though, has already determined that this county ordinance does not apply to Cal-Am or Cal-Am's desal project. This change will not make a difference with that project. If this change were to have an impact on the Monterey Peninsula, I wouldn't even be talking about it. I couldn't support it at all. But it will have a big impact on the North County, where the waste seawater intrusion is a huge problem. I want to support the opportunity for smaller systems that may not be publicly owned to be able to do the kind of treatment that they need. I really want to have a regional solution. I have talked about this till I'm blue in the face. I know that all of you have heard me talk about this. And when we had our first water summit, I felt that it really went well and that there was a step forward toward a regional solution. I believe that a regional desal facility is the only way to go. And I also believe that we need to have all options available to us, whether they be public-private partnerships, or private. There will need to be many agencies involved in any kind of regional desal project that we might want to take up. Any private entity that would choose to come forward is going to have to form partnerships for a regional project. I believe it would be most likely that any kind of project that we want to move forward with would have to be organized through a joint powers agreement. I'm confident that there will be significant opportunities for public oversight on any project that comes forward. I think as well, I am really uncomfortable with making an ordinance change like we're talking about today, given the political volatility around public ownership for my constituents who voted significantly to support Measure J. That, in my mind, is not what we're talking about here, though. Measure J is opposed by so many people in districts 4 and 5 that I would not support any kind of project that creates environmental justice concerns or where some valued communities are left out and do not benefit. But I must say that if we really want to have regional solutions to our water problems, the water problems that have plagued our county for decades, I think that we have to have all options on the table. And as difficult as this is for me, I am going to be supportive of the change. With that, I'd like to call for a motion.
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo,
I have comments on the motion, so I will not vote until I can make those comments.
Supervisor Phillips,
Well, should we wait till we?
I'd like to hear the comments. I don't know.
We're in the middle of a vote. I think we're going to have to continue with the vote. And then if Supervisor Alejo wishes to make comments at the end of the vote, that would be fine. But we've started a vote and I think we need to continue it.
We are allowed to make a motion to speak on a motion after it is made, Madam Chair, per Robert's rules.
Council,
Mr.
is that
Council,
accurate?
please give me some good advice here.
I believe the supervisor is correct. Once the motion is made, comment is appropriate on the motion.
Thank you. Please make your comments.
Yeah, so comment, question to staff on this. Is the ordinance required even if in the future, if a public-private project were to move on, where it's partly privately owned and partly publicly owned?
Supervisor Leo, this is Rick Encarnacion, Environmental Health. We're not rescinding the entire ordinance. The ordinance, the ordinance for requirements, the local requirements for desal plants still stands. Like we mentioned in our presentation, local permits will still be required, whether public, private, if this proposal moves forward. Or public.
I guess my question is, is the ordinance language change needed even in the case where it is a public-private partnership?
Chair, if I could take a stab at that. Supervisor, it would depend on the nature of the public-private partnership. A public, if the ordinance language is not changed, a private entity could build the facility, but then would have to transfer ownership for purposes of operation to a public entity. But a public-private partnership, in my opinion, could not own and operate a desalination facility as long as the private entity is a part of that ownership and operation.
That's where that's where I'm favoring it from the beginning. I thought a public-private partnership is the way that we should approach future desal. I think it builds the most consensus. It's both private and public. So, and I think that's why I'm thinking through this more carefully about what it means and what we want to encourage in terms of future desal that's not so volatile like we've seen in the past. And so the question for county to make this ordinance change, what is the vote required? What vote threshold?
Simple majority.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Shall we continue with the vote? I think we need to go to Supervisor Alejo for his vote.
Supervisor Alejo,
I'm going to abstain for today.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said, Supervisor.
I'm going to abstain for today.
You're abstaining to vote today. Okay.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Askew,
No.
and Chair Supervisor Adams.
Aye. The motion passes. And with that, we are going to close this item and move to other board matters. Does the County Administrative Office have any comments today?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and now we will go to board comments. Supervisor Phillips?
I got two graduations at Rancho Cielo, one tonight and one of the schools, and one Thursday night. So it'll keep me a little busy. So it's always a positive thing to see the kids celebrating their achievements.
Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, just want to share that last night I had the opportunity to attend the Soledad Youth Council's Behavioral Health Forum. It was very informative. Great to see the young people doing work to find out what their peers are feeling and seeing in terms of their experience. I had the opportunity before that to be at Gonzalez's city council meeting last night as well to present the proclamation, the resolution from this board to Rene Mendez as he moves on to his new job in Watsonville, and want to congratulate him one more time on that achievement and that new challenge that he's chosen to take on. At the same time, they were presenting awards to a bunch of championship schools teams. So we had soccer and football and cross country. So it was great to be in Chambers and see all those kids getting recognized with a certificate and a slice of pizza. I also want to share, I know we had some comments earlier about San Lucas. Tomorrow night, I will be having a town hall in San Lucas. We'll be going over the fact that tomorrow night marks 1 week exactly from groundbreaking on new sidewalks and streets for that community. And obviously there'll be some additional conversation, but that will be the main focus. Want to thank Tom Bonnegat, Public Works, Randy Ishii and team for setting that one up and getting us moving forward. I could keep going. A lot of good things happening, but I'll wrap it there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Supervisor Alejo.
I just wanted to, first of all, remind our local residents to get out and vote before 8 o'clock. It's so imperative for our democracy that our residents and all Californians engage on statewide elections and the local ones, of course. I know that the Secretary of State had pointed out a few days ago that there was a record low turnout so far, so that's troubling. I think it was only at 14% as of yesterday, and normally at this point in time we're at 30-40%. So I want to thank, first of all, thank all the poll workers that are out in polling stations all over the county. Their work is so critical, but also all the residents who are taking time out of their busy schedules to make sure that they're moving their voices forward. The last two things I'd mention is one, I'd want to thank Mayor Kimberly Craig. We had a visit from the State Parks Grant representative yesterday. So it was another collaborative effort to hopefully have a sit down and look at the potential site for a future skate park and bike track in Salinas on one of our county properties. So we hope that in a few months we might get some good news, but it was promising to have actually a site visit to look at the property. And I thank on both the city and the county staff for their great work on collaboration to hopefully make this happen as well. There was one more thing I was going to mention here. I think I'll get back to it if I remember, Madam Chair, but thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Rudasky, are you still with us?
I am, thank you. So just a couple comments. I wanted to invite the community to join me. We're doing our regular community meetings. We'll be on Zoom on Wednesday, June 15th from 4 to 5 p.m. Our conversation will be about the Monterey County LGBTQ+ employee resource group. We'll be talking about the value and benefits of employee resource groups, as well as a little bit of pride mixed into the conversation. Everyone is welcome to join us. We'll be on Facebook as well as Zoom. And I did just want to also make a big shout out to the team over at the CHOMP Emergency Department. They took phenomenal care of my family this weekend, and I think we're lucky to have such great healthcare providers who are kind and gentle and responsive in our community. And shout out to all of our healthcare workers. They've been through a lot these last couple of years, but they continue to deliver just the absolute highest quality, compassionate care. And for that, I am grateful today. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rudasky. For me, we held our first in-person meeting of the Big Sur Multi-Agency Advisory Council last week. It was great to be with everyone in person again. However, we do have residents and state agency representatives that are requesting hybrid meetings or maintaining the virtual option. Because my office supports several committees like BISMAC, it would be helpful if the full board could be updated on potential legislative changes to the Brown Act that may allow for continued remote meetings into the future. And I don't know whether we should ask our legislative staff or our advocates to provide an update so that the full board may know what the status is on any viable bills related to this issue. The Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee will be holding its regular quarterly meeting this Thursday, June 9th via Zoom. And we're going to be holding a community meeting on the Los Laureles grade roundabout at Tulares Elementary School on June 15th at 5:30. So please contact my office or Public Works if you want more information about the meetings. I'm very happy to report that the Coastal Commission is scheduled to approve the coastal development permit for the Carmel River Free Project this coming Friday, June 10th. This is a significant milestone for this critical project, bringing us one step closer to its construction. Is there any readout from closed session?
There is no reportable action today, Chair, and just real quick, I'm happy at some point to update the board on legislation concerning remote meetings. As you know, AB 630 or 36, whatever the number is. It actually remains in effect until January of 2024, as long as the governor's proclamation of emergency is in effect. If he ever terminates that, then AB 361 is no longer operative. There are bills pending in the legislature, one that virtually mirrors AB 361. There's another one that's a little bit more stringent, and I know that our legislative analysts are keeping track of that, and we'll keep you updated as may be appropriate.
Thank you. And do you have any last minute update on the fire at Laguna Seca?
Last I saw, it was fully contained. There's mop-up operations going on, and it was limited to about 10 acres.
Thank you very much. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you all so much. We'll see you next week.
Thank you, Chair Adams.